All right, very good afternoon, Twitch fans from the controller scopes. Wow, it's been a long time. I think it's been like 2 to 3 months since I've done a controlling stream here on VATSIM, but I have the time, and I thought, why not? Let's do it. So we got a bunch of people flying around. I'm going to start pinging some of these people and see if they will respond to me here. So let's get this show on the road. And let's bring up some weather here as well. We're looking at looks like a standard 2-4s west flow departures in Toronto. So let's bring up a appropriate terminal view here. Nope, that's not it. No, for some reason that one does not want to open up. There we go. Got it. All right, and we got
Toronto Center, good afternoon. This is Challenger, Papa Papa, Alpha Yankee Bravo, now passing flight level 330, descending with you.
Papa Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo, Toronto Center, good afternoon. Squawk code 0560.
0560, this is Squawk Alpha Bravo.
Toronto Control, hello, that's American 310, flight level 330.
American 310 Toronto Center, good afternoon. Squawk code 0545.
0505?
And American 310 squawk is 0545, 0545.
Roger, 0545, 310.
Papa Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo Toronto, you're identified descending through 320. Descend now, flight level 240. Information Alpha is going to go on the air momentarily. It's going to be runway 24 right for arrivals.
Roger, expecting 24 right for arrival and descending now, flight level 240, I think Bravo.
Just get my ATAs up and running here. American 310 Toronto, thank you. You're identified flight level 330. Welcome. All right, we got somebody over there hanging out in Hamilton, so let's just get that. I had the Hamilton terminal view, or ground view up, and he looks like he just landed and taxiing in, so that's fine. I'm not going to bother pinging people when they're just like taxiing in. It's not, as long as it's not going to be a problem for other people. I mean, if it was to start obstructing airspace and then other operations, I would. But in this case, it looks like it's a pretty benign. He's the only person on the ground in Hamilton. And Challenger Papa Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo Toronto. Do you know where you're parking in Toronto today?
Please say again for Challenger.
Papa Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo. Do you know where you're parking when you get to Toronto?
General Aviation, please.
Will you be parking at the midfield or the north end?
The infield, please.
All right, perfect. Papa Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo. In that case, I will leave you on 24. I was going to offer you 23 if you're taxing all the way to the north end.
Roger, I think Bravo.
And Papa Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo Toronto, continue descent 8,000. Toronto altimeters 3022.
We descend to 8,000, altimeter 3022, confirm?
Alpha Yankee Bravo, that's correct. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we got a couple planes on the ground there, but it's early. I'm going to be here for hours. I've got hours to kill. So if you guys want some control, some flying, if you want to see some traffic, or you want to be the traffic, please give me a shout here. And oh, you know what I realize is that this is Monday, 12th December 2022. That I guess was the last time I did a stream. I realized I did not run the clock at the bottom of the stream here, so it's a separate piece of software that just throws up that clock there. So I just fired it up. Any second now, you should see the clock tick into real time here. Yeah, man, think about it. There it goes. Beauty. Now it's got the correct date. It's got the correct time. We're all good to go. 20 Zulu. Yeah, that's right. Perfect. All right, so let me see if I can find some information here because for arrivals into the Providence area, I have a feeling I'm supposed to be giving this guy a descent here. Now, Boston Center is online, so they're going to expect this. So I have to familiarize myself because it's been a while since I've had to look some of this stuff up. Oh, for crying out loud. Yes, I know. My login is expired. My login is always expired. Obviously, I don't visit websites enough to keep my logins active. So I'm just going to have to do this quickly here on my other screen. And let's see what we got going on here. All right. Because Providence is not one you see too often, in all honesty. There are some that you see a lot, some that you don't see so much. Providence is one of those ones, you don't see it a lot. I won't say you never see it by any means. You do see it from time to time, but it's not exactly a lot. All right, we're looking for sector splits, geography splits. Wow, there's a lot of All right, so we've got two airplanes right now, but it's middle of the afternoon. I have a feeling that that traffic level is going to pick up as we go along here. So just sending a quick note off to Boston there just to see if he cares at all about this inbound, and he says he does not. He does not need any altitudes or descents already from this guy, so there he goes. He's now Boston's problem. American 310, contact Boston Center now, 134.7. Have a good day.
134.7, six service, and nice day, bye.
Bye-bye.
Now continue.
All right, so we got him. We got this one inbound to Toronto. He's in the descent, and that's all I got right now. But like I said, this is the perfect time of day to sort of get in here. People are going to start logging on for the afternoon and starting to see what's available, who's all online ATC wise. This guy up here is just starting to fly into my airspace, so let's see if we can't get him identified up here, tagged up. I have a feeling it's the Jazz flight because I just looked at VATSIM, so I kind of cheated, but that's okay. I might as well just generate random squawk codes for everyone on my potential inbound list here. So yeah, if you guys want to see some ATC, come on
Toronto,
down.
good day, Jazz 112, it's 350.
Jazz 112, Toronto Center, good afternoon. Squawk code 0531.
0531, Jazz 112.
Jazz 112, Toronto, thank you very much. Identified flight level 370.
Good day.
All right, so I noticed that he's inbound to Ottawa, which is kind of prompting me that I've only put up one ATIS thus far for Toronto. So let's go scroll through my list here. There we are. And see if I can find any other airports where I should be putting up an ATIS. So Ottawa is definitely on my list of airports that should have an ATIS. Let's just have a quick little weather look here. The winds are 220 at 11, so yeah, runway 25 it is. We'll get him get some information up there. We can host up to four ATIS. Four ATISes, ATISi, whatever the plural of ATIS is. Whatever the plural of ATIS is, I can have four of them. So just have to sort of think about which airports are the most worthwhile to have an ATIS up and running at, because different, it sort of works well to lure people in, for lack of a better way. I don't want to sound like I'm trying to be a creep luring people in, but yeah, trying to get the pilots to come to certain airports, and having ATISes up there and visible on the various maps and everything that regarding the VATSIM network, it will help. It helps make people think about those airports and get people coming to those airports. So usually I try to throw up 3 or 4 different ATISs, and the nice thing is I can change it. There's no obligation to keep an ATIS. Generally, I won't take an ATIS away if I know there's aircraft operating to from that airport. But if there's no aircraft operating to or from an airport, I will probably pull the ATIS offline from an airport and put it up somewhere else that is relevant. If there are aircraft uh, trying to operate from a different airport. So let's see here. I've got Ottawa. I now put up Toronto City as well. And what else can I put up? Maybe the Hammer. What else can I do here? Yeah, what the heck? I'll put up Hamilton just because somebody was already operating there. So I'm going to go with 124 in Hamilton as well. Winds 230 at 12. That is the most sensible. So I've got 4 ATISs up now. I've got Ottawa. I've got City Center, of course, Toronto Pearson and Hamilton. So, but there's about 4 more airports I could throw up. So depending on how the situation unfolds today, we may change it up. Right now, I don't see any inbound to um, any of my other operating airports, but Ottawa is usually one of the busy ones, so I tend to like to keep that one up and running. And it also is a prompt too to pilots because it's one of those things where a lot of people don't know that Toronto controls Ottawa when Montreal's not online. So they see it's normally part of the Montreal sector, which is cool, and that is correct. However, when Montreal's not online, they've agreed to delegate Ottawa to the Toronto controllers because it's right on the boundary. The terminals unit for Ottawa borders the Toronto airspace, so why not? You know, why not try to control a little bit more? It's not that the Montreal's trying to give up control, but it's more just we're always out there trying to provide as much service as we can to pilots, as much service as we're reasonably able, and it also keeps the interest going for us too, as controllers. Having more airplanes in our airspace, having a larger airspace to cover, it keeps us more engaged as well. So it's very much it's a two-way street. It gives the pilots more service because even if Montreal's offline, if Toronto's online, great, that airport is served. But it's selfish. It just gives us more to do. And if there's one thing that when you come on VATSIM and you want to do something, you want to control airplanes. You don't want to be sitting there staring off into space doing nothing in particular. You want to control airplanes. So anywho, gonna see if we can get lure in some traffic today. But if you guys are watching and you have any questions about VATSIM or uh, any questions about VATSIM or anything, or controlling in general, or aviation in general, please feel free to ask. Just having a quick look here because I'm kind of bored. I'm looking at the statsim.net website here. Let me see if I can throw it up there where you guys can see that. I think you guys should be able to. There you go, see that. So there's my web browser right there. So there's the current network overview for VATSIM provided by statsim.net, which is a great new website, um, relatively recently kind of fired up, and it provides some really interesting kind of just insights into what's going on the VATSIM network. So on the left, you've got an overview of the controllers. The number of controllers online currently is 164, which is pretty impressive. 1,205 pilots online on the right there. On the left, it kind of gives you the breakdown with the pie there of how many are controlling at each different level. So the darker blue is the center FSS level. The kind of purpley color is the arrival departure level, and the greener color, if you will, is the tower ground delivery level, so the local level. And you can see half the controllers online are at the tower ground delivery level, which is kind of typical it, it's pretty normal. Like it's the first level, so you tend to end up with a lot more controllers certified at that level. It takes long to get to the C1 level, and then people tend to fade out after the C1 level. So yeah, you often end up with these cases um, uh, where you have a lot of kind of local controllers, and then a lot of them never sort of make it all the way up to the other levels. What's also kind of neat right in the middle of this website here is the network overview. So you can see over the last, I guess that's about 48 hours. Was that 72 hours? I guess no, it's over the last 72 hours. You can see the fluctuation in ATC hours provided. So the number of controllers that were online, the number of hours of control that were provided during each hour in the last 72-hour period. So you can see kind of in the afternoon, evening each day, there's a peak. When there's a peak, it really kind of peaks the highest when Europe is kind of in the afternoon, evening, and then you tend to see a second peak in the North American evening hours there. But it's usually quite a lot lower. There's a ton of controllers controlling in Europe all the time. Oh, I just got a text message here from a pilot. Are you providing clearance to KMSP?
Toronto Center, just to confirm to Alpha Yankee Bravo, the expected approach is the RNAV Yankee runway 23.
And Papa Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo, you can have the RNAV Yankee 23 if you want it. I was originally setting you up for the ILS at 24 right, but if you'd like the RNAV Yankee 23, I can definitely accommodate that.
If possible, we would like to perform the RNAV Yankee runway 23.
All right, no problem. Papa Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo, plan the RNAV Yankee runway 23.
Roger.
All right, and I'm honestly going to have to pull up some charts for this because I have not seen too many people actually fly this approach. So let me pull up my other device here, which has got charts on it, and I can pull that up pretty darn quickly here. Toronto, approach RNAV Yankee runway 23, because I want to just see the transition here, see if it's any different. So this comes from a fix called Silto, which I don't think is on the star here, unless they've changed the star, which they probably have, because stuff changes and I never know about it anymore. No, they don't. No, it's Doug Doe's. So, yeah, so we'll have to get him to go direct to Silto. So I have Silto up here. I have my tablet up here with the charts up here. So I kind of like having the tablet available too. It when you're streaming and when you're controlling, you have so much information you kind of want to take in. You kind of want to have like all these different devices at your disposal here. So I tend to like having a third screen up and running just to kind of keep me in the loop, as you will. Not even in the loop, but just to make it easier to look up information without having to necessarily block out any other information. So I can have weather on one screen, I can have charts on the other. I've got my scope, I've got my stream, I've got all sorts of information everywhere that is really kind of making it easier for me to just take in information and disseminate it to the pilots. And that's kind of a large portion of an air traffic controller's job, is taking in different pieces of information, making plans with it, and also disseminating that information to pilots. So weather information especially is something that you have to constantly be reviewing and considering the implication for the operations, and relaying that so pilots can make accurate, adequate decisions along the way. Now, why is my headphone cable is really twisted here. I'm just gonna try get this untwisted a little bit here. There we go. That's a little better. Anyways, he's just coming in there now. He's gonna start that turn here shortly. Yeah, should be on the arrival, right? He is on the arrival. Yeah. Okay. Good. 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 So let's just have a quick look here. There he is. Yeah. So for the RNAV Yankee. That's where Silto is, and that's where the RNAV Yankee kind of starts. So, yeah, we'll give him direct to Silto here momentarily. And he's doing runway 23. So if we put that up here, that'll give us, yeah, see, we don't have to hit up Doug or Calvi. What we want to hit up is Silto. All right. Anyways, where was I? Yeah, so we were talking about the statsim.net website here, and yeah, it's you can see the different peaks here. So you do have this overnight trough where in the North America and Europe, it gets very quiet overnight and during the day when everybody's at work for the most part, but you get this huge peak of ATC every night in Europe, and there's usually the secondary peak of ATC every afternoon and evening in North America. So about 5 hours later, that peak happens, and you can see we're pretty much at the peak time in Europe. We're definitely not the peak time in North America yet. The other neat stuff you can see here is just summaries of all this different stuff that's going on with pilots. So you can see which aircraft are popular on the network right now. The most popular right now is the other, but in terms of the actual labeled most popular right now, it's still the 320, and it usually is pretty consistently the 320 or the 737, in this case the 800 series. You've got the 320 Neo, you got the 737-700. If you add up the 737-700 and 800, you pretty much end up with the same as the Neo. Other popular ones right now, the Cessna Citation C700 and the A321 as well. So it's kind of interesting to kind of see how many see which aircrafts are most popular, and it's interesting to watch it kind of come and go. It wanes, it waxes and wanes as different aircraft are released. You know, before PMDG released the 737, the 320 was by far the most popular all the time because fly-by-wire was about the only thing you could fly before they started coming out with other things. And the CRJ was also very popular when it first came out. So it's kind of interesting day by day to sort of look at that chart and just see what's popular on the network today, what's been recently released that is making it popular. That one. And one thing I notice here. There we go. That's better. Papa Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo. Proceed direct Silto.
We proceed directed to Silto, Alpha Yankee Bravo, sir.
There we go. That'll be Silto right there at the middle of that X. And away we go. Got a couple guys on the ground. No flight plans filed yet, but we're going to get there. We got another one here. Another live one up north here. Not talking to me, not popping, not even bothering to pop online and say, hey, I'm here. All right. Come on, pilots. Let's bring out some traffic. I've got literally hours and hours of time. I'm probably going to be here for the better part of 4 hours. So if you guys want some control, you guys want to do some flying, see and get some ATC, come on down to Toronto. I'm going to be here for 4 hours, fly in or fly out. It doesn't matter. There's one. Of course, go figure. We get an F-22 just to make it realistic. Okay, fine. You want to fly an F-22 all the way to Boston? Better now than later. Better to do it now than later when it's gonna get when it'll probably get busier later on. So I'm always suspicious of people.
Toronto is Alpha Yankee Bravo cleared to descend 5000.
Papa Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo descend 5000 and at Silto cleared RNAV Yankee runway 23.
The descent 5000 and afterwards cleared to RNAV Yankee 23 Alpha Yankee Bravo.
Toronto Center, good afternoon. Papa Hotel Tango Sierra Whiskey with you, flight level 450.
Papa Hotel Tango Sierra Whiskey Toronto, good day, squawk 0507.
Squawk 0507, Papa Hotel Tango Sierra Whiskey.
Now I'm just thinking about this here, and I'm wondering why and this guy's flying the Cessna Longitude here, and I'm just wondering why it's so popular. And I wonder if it's because I think I'm pretty sure I read that today or yesterday, Papa Hotel Tango Sierra Whiskey identified flight level 450. Thank you. That Microsoft or Asobo released the what's it called? The aircraft and avionics update or something to that effect, where basically they're updating the avionics for most of these aircraft now that are starting to look a little dated, a little tired perhaps, and need some updating. So and the Longitude apparently did get a lot of a lot of love in this update. So let's see if I can find some information here. All right, let's see here. Yeah, it's the Aircraft and Avionics Update 1. So the GNS 430 units were updated. Avionics system of the CJ4 underwent a major upgrade. I should probably delete the my what's it called, my working title mod to see if it's actually any better. The Garmin Jeep 3000 and 5000 have been updated to offer comprehensive, realistic avionics experience, and that's where the Cessna, the Longitude comes in. So a lot of the aircraft have had the avionics systems improved. Which is good because the default avionics were honestly pretty rotten. Just very, very simplistic. So simplistic to the point where they were almost unusable as anything more than like a moving map or a way to control the radios. Um, there was a lot of work that needed to be done. They were very overly simplified. It's great if you kind of want to fly VFR and you want to fly, you're not necessarily spending a lot of time focused on IFR flying and avionics, but for trying to fly IFR, it was almost impossible, especially trying to do it on the online networks because things like even the most basic functions like direct to waypoints didn't really work in a lot of the avionics systems. And trying to modify a flight plan once you got going, you could usually set up a flight plan on the load flight screen, and that would be fine. That would be loaded into the system. But trying to modify it once you've actually gotten into the sim and started flying it was almost impossible, which is obviously very frustrating, I think, to a lot of users who kind of expected to be able to do something with it. All right, we all kind of realize there's a limit and there's only so much you can do, but it just felt like there was almost nothing happening at all. So um, it's good to see that some of these things have been updated now. So
Toronto Center, good afternoon. Canadair 3168 with information Alpha on VFR to Brampton and then back to Pearson. We're here at Sky Service, ready for taxi.
Canadair 3168 Toronto, good afternoon. Runway 23 for departure, and squawk code for you will be 1227. On departure, it'll be not above 1,500.
Okay, squawk 1227 and not above 1,500 for Canadair 3168.
Canadair 3168, thank you. Runway 23 information is Alpha, altimeter 3022. Taxi, you can taxi out Echo Alpha, Echo Hotel, cross 15 left and hold short of 23.
Echo Alpha, Echo Hotel, cross 15 left, hold short 23, and we have Alpha on board, Canadair 3168.
Papa Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo, Toronto winds 250 at 19, clear to land, runway 23.
Clear to land, runway 23, Yankee Bravo.
All right, let's just get the live wind readouts up here on my tablet. My tablet's trying to connect to the internet and it's not succeeding. All right, so there goes Canadair taxiing out. Excellent. We got things starting to happen a little bit here. I lost my Jazz flight. Ow. You gain one, you lose one. Now we got a WestJet going from Toronto to Halifax. Looks good. Try it again. Just thinking about it. But some days this tablet is almost excruciatingly slow in connecting to the internet and doing anything. Ooh, now we got a third one here. It didn't take us very long here. Well, I've been here for about 40 minutes now, but it did not take very long to start getting some traffic, and I think it'll probably keep on building pretty steadily after this. Let's see here. Beats 3, era transition. Runway 23, going to Fort Lauderdale. 360 seems like an appropriate altitude for that. Come on, spaces. just does not want to connect to the internet, does it? Well, we'll try a different tack and we'll try a Wi-Fi connection instead of a 5G connection. There, now it's going to load for me. Now we can get live feed from Toronto with the live wind. Excellent, love it, love it. Make sure that this guy doesn't turn the wrong way and start blundering out onto my runway. Got to keep an eye on him. I don't expect him to. He sounds like he knows what he's doing. Absolutely does, but you never know. You've got to always be careful. Trust but verify. Trust that a lot of these people are going to do the right thing, but verify it. Watch it, make sure that they do the right thing, and if they do make a wrong turn, and it does happen from time to time, that you're ready to catch it and fix it. All right, so we have one guy on final here. It's inside 2 miles final at this point, so this guy's not going to be taken off before that. And I realize, sorry, I'm sitting in the wrong spot here, aren't I? I'm also trying to find a way. I don't have a very good lighting source here. If I turn it on to me here, it's going to be extremely bright, and I don't want to do that. Let's see if I can find a way to make it maybe like a little.
Center, Canada 3168, holding short of 23, ready for departure.
Canada Air 3168, continue to hold short runway 231, one lander.
Continue holding 23, 3168.
2 departures. Yeah, another transat to Spirit again. All right, here comes the Challenger. Canada Air 3168, line up runway 23, caution possible wake turbulence from the landing Challenger.
Line up and wait 23, Canada 3168.
Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo, welcome to Toronto. Left turn when you're able, please.
Return to the left, Alpha Bravo.
Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo, the left turn on runway 15 right is approved.
Just confirm, on the left or right, Alpha Bravo?
Left turn, Alpha Yankee Bravo.
Left turn, Alpha Bravo. Now vacating.
All right, good thing there's nobody else on final. Canada Air 3168, right turn out is approved. Report clearing the zone 7 miles northwest at about 1500 initially. Winds are 260, 14 gust 19, clear for takeoff, runway 23.
Yeah, right turn on departure. We'll call when clear on the field to the north, not above 1,500, and clear for takeoff, runway 23, Canada 3168.
Papa Alpha Yankee Bravo, Toronto. Welcome to Toronto. Turn left on Hotel, cross runway 15 right, and then Golf Echo Alpha to Sky Service.
We'll taxi via Hotel, cross runway 15 right, proceed on Hotel, Golf, and Echo to General Aviation. Alpha Bravo.
Roger. All right, let's quick scroll through all the rest of my windows here. Not much else is going on. Now, there was a FedEx plane here. I wonder if this is the FedEx plane here, because now I've got a flight plan for Boston in a WestJet 737.
Toronto Center, good afternoon. WestJet 250, information Alpha, requesting IFR down to Halifax.
Oh, WestJet 250 Toronto, good afternoon. You're cleared to Halifax via the dead key at Fife departure. Olaba transition, flight plan route. Departure runways 23, squawk code 0544.
All right, we're cleared down to Halifax. Dead key 5 departure, Olaba transition flight plan route. 23 is the runway for departure, 0544 is the squawk for WestJet 250.
WestJet 250, the readback is correct. Information Alpha is current. Push and start at your discretion and call when ready for taxi.
All right, we'll push when we're ready and we'll give you a shout for taxi, WestJet 250. Thanks a million, sir.
There you go. Always something going on now in Toronto. We've kind of wetted everybody's whistle. They know we're here. And we're going to start to see more and more traffic, I think, log on and get ready to get going here. I didn't figure out where this WestJet plane is here, though. I don't see. Oh, you know what? That's probably, I see now a little tiny vehicle icon right there, which probably means he was squawking 0000, and it draws as a vehicle instead of as an airplane. So as soon as he puts in his squawk code, he'll pop up there. But wow, he wasn't even able to see him. It was kind of weird. So what else is on this statsim.net? I always just love to look at it. The flights kind of overview page. It's always kind of fun to sort of look at it and see top list here. So you can see the top airports in terms of arrival, departures, and total. So right now, no surprise that London Heathrow is top of the list with a total of 693 pilots currently connected to the network that are either, is it that, no, wait a minute, is that currently or is that today? This week, sorry, yeah, that's this week. So this week there have been 693 departures and arrivals from London Heathrow. Scroll down the list somewhere down here, you'll see Toronto eventually. Number 27 on the VATSIM network, which is very much out of character because in the real world, like Toronto often finishes well into the top 20 of the busiest airports in the world. But just it's a popular airport, but it's not quite popular enough, I guess. By country, and the other thing too is you'll see like an odd kind of breakdown by country. United States 9,400, United Kingdom next at 3,200. Like for this country as small as the United Kingdom, there is a lot of traffic that happens on VATSIM. Like it's almost to the level of real world operations in the evenings in VAT UK, whereas in VAT USA, you get a lot of operations, but really in the grand scheme of things, it's not even close to the real world until you get to the Friday night ops. Here we are, Canada, way down the list here. We're about number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry, number 7 on the list of operations for this
And
week.
Center, Canada 3168 is north of the field.
Canada Air 3168, Roger. Altitude's now at your discretion, and you can switch to the en route frequency for the arrival into Brampton. Just give me a call when you're back inbound Toronto.
Yeah, I'll put it at my discretion, and we'll give you a call on the turnaround over to 122.8, Canada 3168.
Thank you. All right, so he is still taxiing. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting to see this, and maybe if we go to last week and see how the totals change here for last week. So last week the United States was tops by a long shot. I think Friday Night Ops puts it adds like another 500 to the total, way above Germany and the United Kingdom combined, which is probably like when you're comparing to the real world traffic levels, it's probably a bit of a more realistic ratio. Canada finished a little bit higher at 6 for the week last week. So it's interesting to see the totals, like which countries are popular, and obviously the United States has just had a huge interest, a huge demographic, especially people with disposable incomes, and interest in these kind of things, and enough time on their hands to do these things. I find it Italy's an interesting one to be that high on the list, and I think that it's just not one that you normally think of a lot of people spending on time inside on simulators, but it's probably more people flying to and from those places that don't necessarily live there. Regardless, it's always kind of an interesting way to look at things here. And routes used in the last 12 months, not really too much. Last week, where did Toronto pop in at the end of the day last week? It was still number 24. And then, of course, you've got the positions combined, which is probably the best way of saying who's got the most online time in the last however long. And Europe generally dominates this with you get a couple of Americans that usually come in here as well. Canada usually doesn't go too far in this list, but every once in a while they'll have a really good week. Let's see if I can find the first Toronto or the first Canadian group on this list. And wow, there's not that many of them here. Wow, wow, look at how far down the list I have to go to find unless I missed one. Montreal Center here at 11 hours and 35 minutes so far this week. It appears to be the first one on the list for Canada, which is surprising. Usually, like we're not, usually Canada's not in like the top, like it's often not in the top 10, but to be like down here at like number 40 or 50, that's pretty far down. That's a little disappointing, guys. I have noticed that Canada's been a little bit quiet this week. There's Toronto Center, there's Montreal Center, there's Toronto Center. Little disappointing. Hopefully we'll get some more time. Every once in a while you'll end up being, even the highest ones, even EGCC is at Manchester, I believe. Even that is not a whole lot of uptime for the week, 31 hours and 26. I mean, that is a lot of time, but as a percentage, 18% is really not that high in the grand scheme of things. Let's see who was on top of the pile last week. See if we can find a Canadian control. See Toronto here at 44 hours there, at about number, that's about number between 15 and 20, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Number 18 for the week, which is pretty good. Pretty good performance, but they could do better. So just one of the reasons why we're here right now, logging 4 more hours to add to the total for this week for Toronto. So Toronto may overtake Montreal by the end of this stream at the rate we're going here. But again, you look at it, it's mostly European. Germany and the UK are definitely two of the most popular ones that tend to log a lot of time. And then you get a bunch of American ones. Boston is always very popular. Then you get some weird outliers like Philly Ground. There's obviously a new guy who was certified on Philly Ground, or maybe a couple guys who are certified on Philly Ground, because 78 hours, 46% uptime for Philly Ground. You can tell when there's been a new guy who's been certified for, I won't say an obscure position, but definitely not like a first tier airport that a lot of people think of in Philly. It's a big and busy airport, don't get me wrong, but it's just like not a first tier, certainly not like a VATSIM first tier city that a lot of people would be spending a lot of time controlling at. Anyways, back to the good old controller scopes, and still not much is going on yet. So the Challenger reached the sky surface ramp. He shut off his transponder. The code's gone. It's fine. We got this citation longitude that's about halfway through our airspace on the way down through to Minneapolis. And we got the VFR up here. Canadair 3168 just sort of trolling around near Burlington. And that's it. I'm actually surprised. It's still early in the day. It's not that late in the day that like I would expect to have a ton of traffic, but I'm a little bit surprised that I'm not getting a couple more logins yet. But I think give it time. VATSIM is definitely about patience. Controlling on VATSIM is definitely about patience. You got to just sit here for a little while, logged on, wait for people to log on. If you only ever logged on when you saw traffic, it's very much catch-22. Cart before the horse. If you waited only till you saw traffic and then you logged on and decided to control, you would do half the controlling. Being here and being available and showing people that you're online is important for kind of seeing how much traffic you can kind of get up. So. It's a bit quiet though. Hopefully in the next hour or two it'll really start to kind of take off. School day is kind of reaching an end. The work day it's going to reach an end in the next hour or so. So we should start to see, hopefully in the next hour or so, some pretty solid some pretty solid increase in the traffic level here in North America. It's still a bit early, and I can't stay on too late tonight, so I kind of wanted to get on early enough where I thought we could get kind of this big afternoon rush of traffic. Just having a look at across North America, it's not bad. Boston and the Northeast corridor's actually got a lot of controllers online right now, from Philly through to Providence, New York, Center, and approach online. So there's definitely quite a bit of traffic going on in there. There's quite a lot of ATCs and towers open, which creating a lot of traffic up and down the Northeast corridor. There's a fair amount of traffic up there in North America. The rest of it is fairly widely scattered. But hopefully, if we spend some time here, we'll get some inbounds. And actually, as I start to look here at VATSPI, we do have quite a number of inbounds to Toronto. So it's just a matter of waiting for them at this point. A lot of people taking off, headed for Toronto. So let's see. We've got one, two, not counting that VFR, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7 inbounds. Some of which will not be here for a long time. There's one coming up from Austin that will not be here till 104 Zulu. I probably will not still be here at that point. Might be. Let me think here. What time is it now? It's 21. Yeah, that'll be about the time we'll be thinking about. Actually, that'll probably be too late, unfortunately. He will probably not get any control. But we got a bunch of arrivals over the next 1 to 2 hours, so we'll start to actually see some stuff happen here shortly. And there we go. We got Transat 498 is back again, heading down to Fort Lauderdale in the 321 Neo actually. And that's one airplane that I would like to kind of see come to the sim, as well as the 321. I'd love to see Phoenix work on the rest of the 320 family. The 320 is a lot of fun. I would love to see them bring the 321, because that is a big, big bird at the end of the day. Like, thing's 146 feet long. That is not a small airplane by any stretch of the imagination. So I would like to see that one come to the sim sooner than later, for sure. Bit disappointing to me that it's not. But again, MSFS is no longer a young sim. Or, well, I shouldn't say that. It's still a young sim. It's no longer a new sim. So we got to that point now where there's a lot of development happening. It's a question of just sort of, now the developers have to pick what they want to focus on, find the time, put those aircraft out there. There's been quite a large variety of aircraft put out there. And I get sometimes with the developers not wanting to spend a lot of time in the same family. If if you put out the 320 and the 321, you're kind of cannibalizing your own business. They're very much, in a lot of ways, they serve the same kind of niches. So if you have both products, you're kind of killing your own sales. And I think PMDG probably kind of saw that with the 737, because they released the whole family, the 6, the 7, the 8, and the 900. The outliers, the 600 especially, probably did not sell too many copies at all. The 900 again probably didn't sell quite. Sales probably sold more than the 600, but not quite that many. Again, because the 700 and the 800 series were available, and I think PMDG really proved it by selling the 700 series first before the 800. I think the 800 probably would have been the most popular variant, because I think it is with the airlines that has been the most popular variant. But because they released the 700 first and people just couldn't wait to get their hands on a PMDG 737, a lot of people bought the 700, and then when the 800 came out, they bought it again. So did they cannibalize their own sales? Maybe a little bit, probably not as much as some people would. Phoenix is probably playing it kind of safe. The nice thing about the 320 versus the 321 is the similarities in the family are just crazy. Like, it's 95% the same airplane, probably. I don't know what the exact number is, but it is, especially in the flight deck, it's so similar. You don't really know the difference in the flight deck. The only time you really realize the difference in the flight deck is when you're flaring the aircraft and you realize what altitude you're at when the wheels touch the ground, because you're 20 feet further in front of the landing gear than you are in the 320 family. And when you're trying to turn the thing, and it handles like a city bus. It's like the back is so far behind you, and the turns, you have to take the turns so wide, because the because the gear is so far behind you, it tends to cut inside the corner so much. Those are the times you notice the difference between 320 and 321. The other way you'll notice the difference really is the performance, because it's essentially the same engines on the 319, the 320, and the 321. The 319 is a sports car. The climb rates you get out of the 319, because you're lugging 20 tons less than you are with 320 with a 321. The difference between them is immense. The 319 is a little sports car. The 320 is basically kind of like a minivan, like kind of a mid-range. It can maneuver a little bit, and then the 321 is just like a city bus. It's just huge, it's heavy, and it doesn't go anywhere quickly at all. But in terms of in terms of like just seeing it from the inside, you barely notice the difference between the 320 and 321. There is no real difference in the flight deck. It's not until you actually start maneuvering the vehicle and you realize how much bigger it is, that's when you understand the difference in the 321. I don't know why I got off on that rant there. I don't know at what point I started ranting that way. What even got me off on that? I think we were talking about development. But I would like to see the 321 come to the sim. I hope Phoenix will release it. I heard tell that um, they're busy working on, I believe, the IAE engines right now. So they've got the CFM engines on the current release. Their biggest focus right now is on the IAE engines. So releasing the second engine option for the 320 itself. And the other thing that apparently they are working on is they are working on performance improvements, which is good to hear, because I love flying that airplane. I think it's one of the most realistic simulations ever in terms of flight simulation. The breadth and the scope of the simulation, how much depth there is to everything, how detailed everything is modeled, especially systems wise. It's one thing to sort of have good visual modeling, and visual modeling is not it's not easy to do, but it's not all that hard to do either. You kind of see it and you know it's right, but when you start to get into systems modeling, that's where you really shine as a developer. You really show your skill as a developer is in systems modeling. When you can have the systems correctly interact with each other, because they're supplying the correct parameters for each other, not just because you say if A then B. Because if you tried to write an airplane,
Toronto Center, Air Transat 940A at Toronto, with information Alpha, looking for IFR to Fort Lauderdale.
Transat 948 to Toronto, good afternoon. You're cleared to Fort Lauderdale via the Beats Tree departure era transition flight plan route. Departure runway is 23, squawk code 0532.
Yeah, we're cleared to Fort Lauderdale Airport via Beats 3 departure, era transition, missed that, get that one more time, please, sorry.
Yeah, Transat 948, departure runway is 23 and the squawk code is 0532.
Alright, we'll expect 23 for departure and 0532 for the squawk.
Transat 948, that readback is all correct. Information Alpha is current. Push back and start up at your discretion and call ready for taxi.
Wilco for Air Transat 948.
All right, so there we go. We got him the push clearance. I wonder if I should be holding back on the push clearances for now. Meh. I should probably play the role of the apron controller, because it's really just not busy yet. Until it gets busy, I might as well do it. No, I'll do it with the next aircraft. I will do it with the next airplane that shows up, I guess. All right, looks like I have a couple minutes. I just have to, I hate to do this right now on stream, but I just got to really quickly make a phone call here. So I'll just try to make it really quick. Nothing much is happening, but I will be back back on the audio, back on the visual in about 2 minutes here. Just give me a second here. All right, there we go. Back on stream. It doesn't look like too much really happened there. The Cirrus is still bombing around near Brampton, not doing a whole lot down there. 1,400 feet. That's fine. It's not impacting anything. No push from the Transat or the WestJet. I still see this FedEx plane parked up at the FedEx ramp, but he hasn't even filed a flight plan yet. And my citation longitude is about 4 minutes away from leaving my airspace, so they're getting there. We should start to get a couple of inbounds soon. Let's see. We got an Edmonton Center online now. That's cool. That's cool. Boston Center still online, so hopefully we'll just keep on trying to lure in this traffic. That's all we can do. And if you're watching, I'm going to be here for probably about 3 more hours. So lots of time for you to get a flight in, especially if you launch out of Toronto, but even something inbound to Toronto. I'm planning to be here for at least until at least midnight Zulu anyways. Let me see if I can work out what time that is. Midnight Zulu is, yeah, till about midnight Zulu. So 3 more hours. So yeah, if you guys have got anything you want to do, any flying, come on down and do circuits if you want. I've got a couple of ATISs up and running, but there's not a whole lot of airplanes inbound to those airports, so I will gladly take an ATIS down and throw it up at whatever airport you guys want to be at. You want to come do circuits at the Sioux or Oshawa, London, wherever you want to go. I will throw up an ATIS and get some ATC going. Let's get some interest going here. And there we go. 13 minutes after the hour, we're starting to get new ATIS here. Toronto, it's -5 degrees. It's actually not too cold in Toronto right now. It's going to be cold this week, though. Apparently on Friday night, it's supposed to go down to -24 in Toronto. That's a -24 air temperature, not even including the wind chill. So that is cold. -5 right now is not too bad. I was at Calgary yesterday, and it was, or not Calgary, Winnipeg yesterday. It was -24. It was
Center, Canada
a dry cold.
3168, back with you, 2,500, approximately 7 miles north of the field, inbound, full stop. We got Alpha on board.
Canada 3168, squawk ident. You going to go back to the midfield?
Hey, firm.
Canada 3168, thank you very much. You're identified. You can join a right downwind runway 23. Toronto altimeter is 3022. It's now information Bravo. No significant changes.
Okay, we'll enter a right downwind for runway 23. We'll pick up Bravo, Canada 3168.
All right, here we go. We got one guy inbound. Oh, WestJet is pushed. Excellent, excellent. Things are starting to happen again here. It's not particularly busy yet, but give it time. Give it time. I always admire Boston Center for the ability that Boston Center has to just bring in that traffic. They've got so many phenomenal controllers down there. I think it's Jamshed right now, but they have so many phenomenal controllers down there, and they could just they never fail to drum up the traffic. I would say they are probably the top subdivision in North America in terms of reputation, and thus being able to always draw in a constant amount of traffic as soon as people see them on, and even before they log on, people are always picking Boston and the airports within Boston's Boston sector just to try and hope that someone will come online in Boston. I think it's partly the sheer number of controllers that work there, the quality of the service they provide, but I'd say they're probably in the top 5 subdivisions within VATSIM as a whole. The European divisions also do an excellent job. VAT UK and VAT Germany are the other two that I think would be right up there in the top. Absolutely phenomenal subdivisions that do so much good work and get so much traffic as a result, constantly, consistently. You just look at and the other thing too that again, I also get jealous of the Europeans. Canada's such a big country. Even when it's busy, it's not that busy because there's so much space in Canada. You look at Europe, and there's so many airports crammed in such a small space. It's always busy everywhere in Europe because there's just so many airports so close together. There's so much population density and traffic density, and even the U.S. can't match that.
Center, WestJet 250, we're ready for taxi now, runway 23. We're Alpha Juliet with Bravo.
WestJet 250 Toronto, thank you very much for Bravo. Runway 23 and altimeter 3022, taxi Alpha Juliet, Alpha and Hotel.
Alpha Juliet, Alpha Hotel, WestJet 250, thank you.
Canada, unfortunately, for the most part, just lags, and even Toronto, which is the busiest, is generally the busiest division in Canada, subdivision in Canada, still just lags behind their brethren just in terms of the amount of traffic volume. And it's mostly because in Canada, especially, we don't have nearly the number of airports they have in America. We don't have the population density, and so we don't have the airports. We certainly don't have the airport service. There are lots of little small airports around, but aviation is just on a whole other scale in America in terms of how many small airports will have a control tower and an ILS system, and just the number of people who own their own airplanes as well. The private owners flying around their own little aircraft is just phenomenal sometimes. Canadair 3168 Toronto, you can turn base at your discretion. You're number one.
Based on my discretion, candidate 3168.
All right, got a couple more ATIS updates going on here. Hamilton's now up to Bravo. City Center's up to Bravo. I don't see any significant changes though. They're all VMC. They all have winds generally out of the west, so no need for runway changes anywhere by the looks of it. Now it's all staying pretty consistent at this point. Papa Hotel, Tango Sierra Whiskey, Toronto. You're about to leave my airspace to the west. Minneapolis is not online. Switch the en route frequency and surveillance service terminates. Have a great day.
Over to Unicom. Thanks for the ATC. Have a great day. Papa Hotel, Tango Sierra Whiskey.
Yeah, I think WestJet's gonna have to wait for this Cirrus to land first. It's only a Cirrus, so he's not exactly going fast, but he's doing 130 knots actually. He's not doing too bad here on the base. Is there actually a Toronto Tower view? Because I never use the Toronto Tower view because I'm always sort of thinking terminal radar anyway. So if I need an outside view, I just use terminal radar view. But there probably is a tower view. CYYZ tower. Let's see what this looks like here. Could turn about a 3-mile final. I might be able to get the WestJet away first. No, I think we're just gonna wait. They're gonna be there at almost exactly the same time. I gotta give priority to the landing aircraft. I was gonna try and get him. He's doing 90 knots, but still. He's just turning out a 2-3. Let's just safer this way. It's not like there's anybody behind him. Canadair 3168. Toronto winds 250 at 12. Clear to land, runway 23.
Clear to land 23, candidate 3168.
WestJet 250. It's just gonna be a short delay for landing traffic.
No problem, Russia 250.
Everyone likes to see other airplanes anyways. The whole point of flying online is talk to controllers and see other actual airplanes out there flying. It's funny that I was watching these videos for a new game that's just gone into early access, I guess, and it kind of popped up a couple times on my YouTube. But it's a new game called SimRail, which is it's a train simulator essentially. But what's really kind of an interesting and I think a relatively new take on it is that not only is it a train simulator, but basically it's a whole railway simulator. So not only can you go and control the trains, but you can instead of logging on as a controller, you can log on as a dispatcher and control the trains through your particular station, set up the routes and authorize the trains to pass through your station. And it got me to thinking like basically it's a bit like VATSIM. Somebody probably was playing with VATSIM and said, I would love to see this on the I'd love to see a railroad do the same thing, where you have real humans controlling the traffic. 'Cause so often with I've played train simulators, and I kind of I've enjoyed them a bit, but so often they're so narrowly scripted, I guess, if you will. They have these scenarios, and you run the train from one end of the line to the other, and the meets are all pre-scripted, and everything's run by the computer. It's all AI scripted and everything, and so it doesn't feel very it doesn't feel very dynamic. Every experience, every time you do it, it's going to be pretty much exactly the same. So, and I think the neat thing about SimRail is, of course, is going to take that away by having to dispatch in real time. Basically, what you do is much like VATSIM, you log onto servers, and you can log in as a train driver or as a dispatcher at different locations. You can either be the dispatcher at all these different stations, or you can be a train driver and drive the train through all these different stations. It adds a huge amount of dynamic change. WestJet 250, line up runway 23.
Line up runway on 23, WestJet 250.
Canadair 3168, you going back to the Sky Service?
Affirm.
Canadair 3168, taxi Bravo Hotel Echo Alpha, cross 15 left.
Bravo Hotel Echo Alpha, cross 15 left, Canadair 3168. Thanks.
Thank you. WestJet 250, Toronto, contact me once you're airborne. The wind's 260, 9 gust 15, clear for takeoff, runway 23.
All right, we're calling you again when we're up and we're clear to take off. 23 for WestJet 250.
All right, and then there's this. There's an R68 going from CYND Gatineau, is it not? Or is it Rockcliffe? No, Rockcliffe is CYRO. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Gatineau. Yeah, let's just throw this flight plan up there. Yeah, there it is, Gatineau. So I'm going to pop open that view of the Ottawa terminal airspace. I don't think I have a ground view for Gatineau. Is there a tower in Gatineau? I don't think there is. I'm pretty sure it's a flight service station. I'm about 95% sure it's a flight service station. But now I'm actually going to check. I'm not certain. I'm not 100% certain. I'm about 85% certain.
Toronto Center, Air Transat 948, Toronto pushback, ready for taxi.
Transat 948, Toronto, runway 23, information Bravo, altimeter 3022, taxi apron your discretion, Alpha Tango, Alpha Hotel.
Thanks for the acceptor. To Alpha Tango, Alpha Hotel, to runway 23, Air Transat 948.
Center WestJet 250, 1,800 for 5,000.
WestJet 250, Toronto, thank you very much. Identified, climb flight level 230, after noise, left direct, saved on course.
All right, up to 230 and left saber on course for WestJet 250.
Yeah, Gatineau is airport radio, MF, that's what I thought. So it is an uncontrolled airport. It is directly underneath the terminal control unit though, so is this guy, oh, he's gone anyways. He logged off, he's disappeared. Oh no, he's there. Oh, he must be airborne already. He is already airborne, nice. Okay. And is he VFR? He is showing IFR, so anyways, before he gets up in the terminal unit, he should be talking to me. I'm not too worried because he's sort of, it's such a short period of time he'd be talking to me anyways. Like by the time, if he's not ready to talk to me right away, by the time I get his attention, he'll already be half gone. Sometimes it's just not even worth calling people. If they're not ready to call you ahead of time, it's not worth talking to them. All right, so there goes the Canadair 3168. There goes the Transat. Those are my last two. That's my last departure, my last arrival for now. But there should be some inbounds here. There was definitely some people coming in. Yeah, we got a couple inbounds now. Cleveland's online now too. Perfect. So Cleveland's going to give us the handoffs directly. There's no more trying to frantically get a hold of people as they're approaching your airspace because they're halfway through their descent, or they haven't even started their descent yet. They're still 30,000 feet and they're only 30 miles to landing. It's like, are you sure you're gonna make it down in time? That is now a Cleveland problem. Oh, mercy. I feel like I could probably angle this down just a hair more. There we go. That's a little better. So there he goes. There goes the Transat. And Transat 948. Just make sure the transponder's on. I'm not actually seeing a return on your target right now.
All right, let's be on mode C now.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Oh, it's even worth talking to this guy. He's going to be in the terminal unit. He's going to be below the terminal unit anyways. Like, legally, he doesn't have to talk to anybody, really, especially if he stays that low. Don't want to talk to anybody, fine. You know. No skin off my back. I'm hoping that this does become a little bit more of a regular thing again, though. I know I have not been. I used to stream ATC like on a weekly basis, and I loved it. I enjoyed doing it. I always have, and I always will. It's great fun to do it. I haven't even been controlling nearly as much as I would like. I'm hoping that again that's going to change for me in the not too distant future. Now uh, as we settle into the new year, as I settle into my new role, hopefully I'll be able to find this time more consistently. Transat 948 Toronto. Contact me once you're airborne. The winds are 260 at 13. You're clear to land. You're clear for takeoff runway 23.
Sorry, say again for Air Transat.
Transat 948 Toronto. Contact me once you're airborne. The wind's 260 at 13. Clear for takeoff runway 23.
Clear for takeoff runway 23, Air Transat 948.
Oh, always with the spam calls. I'm 90% certain that this was a spam call. It's not a name I know anyways. And it's so frustrating how much spam calling there is. I'm happy to see that the FCC in the U.S. is going to really start cracking down on spam calls because it's just ridiculous. The level is just ridiculous what happens in the U.S. now, and in Canada too, by extension. And it's from what they can determine, it's interesting because the phone service developed over so long and became such a big service built on. You know, it was originally a small number of companies, but it was built on such a rigid standard that all the companies could interoperate, and uh, it's interesting the way it's grown. It grew much like the internet has grown, and it's very easy for bad actors to kind of hide out in these systems. But what the FCC has kind of found out in the U.S. is that there's basically only a handful of companies that are facilitating these spam phone calls. So most of the time when you're getting a spam phone call, it's coming through one of like 2 or 3 um, international long distance providers that are feeding it into the US phone system. So the FCC has basically said to these people, if you don't start implementing controls over the calls that are coming in to make sure that they are not spam calls, there's like two different verification methods. There's shaken and there's stirred or something like that. If they don't start implementing them, they're going to be banned from the US phone network altogether because almost all spam calls are coming through these couple of companies, and these companies know it. Like it's intentional. Like they make their money off these spam calls um, from the charges they get for facilitating these calls. WestJet 250, continue climb, flight level tree 90.
Tree 90 for WestJet 250.
And it's just such a small number. It's just a small number of companies that the FCC has basically sent them cease and desist orders and said if you do not start to crack down and implement these phone call verification algorithms. Basically, that's all they are. Is they verify that the person who says they're calling at the phone call, the caller ID is actually valid and correct, and it's not a spoofed ID. Is all that the technology does, and by doing that alone, it's cut back on the number of spam calls, and they're all being funneled through just a couple of providers that are being very um, that are playing very loose with the rules and not really implementing these checks. So hopefully,
Drop this in Air Transat 948, graph 2.6 for 5.
Transat 948 Toronto, thank you. Identified, climb 15,000 after 3600, direct Oakville on course.
That's the 15,000, and what was the direct one more time?
And Transat 948 after 3,600, Oakville on course. there he goes now anyway, so. No, sorry, that's 3,000. 15,000, Oakville on course. And Transat 948, did you copy that? 15,000 feet and direct to Oakville on course now?
Yeah, 15,000, 15,000, and direct Oakville for Transat 948. Thank you.
Thank you. Gotta make sure. All right, we got 2 departures launched there, but we got an inbound now here. This guy's hopefully going to get handed off to me momentarily here. Departing Halifax, Toronto, Air Canada 615. It could be Air Canada 615. Is he doing? No, he's doing 2 here in the ragged arrival, so that's not him. So who is this guy? Let me see if I can figure it out by sorting by squawk code here. And there it is. 7717 is this guy here. And then I can accept his handoff. Done. There's also this guy here. Squawking 2323. This guy here. Correlate. That guy. I think it's Air China, is it not? Air China 988. WestJet's a little bit high. He should be pretty close to 17,000 there by now, but it's fine. I think he'll be okay. He'll get down in time, I'm pretty sure. And the ultimate answer is, did they spam call or leave me a message? Because that's usually the determination that it was actually a legitimate call. If I don't recognize the phone number nowadays, I just don't even do it. I don't even answer it.
WestJet 1215, good afternoon. Descending via links free.
WestJet 1215, Toronto, good afternoon. Information Bravo in Toronto, runway 24 right for arrivals. Descend 12, 12,000. Correction, descend 11, 11,000.
11,000, and we're expecting 24 right, thanks, WestJet 1215.
Early start on Friday. It's going to be a long day too, I bet. All right. Nope, these guys are not going to come my airspace at all, I guess. No, they're going to go over the Ottawa VOR, which really is not my airspace. No, I guess they're not going to talk to me after all. Took a little turn to the right there at, is that Watertown? Pretty sure it's Watertown there. Transat 948, climb flight level 230. Transat 948 Toronto, climb flight level 230.
Yep, sorry, up flight level 230 for Transat 948. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so here's the first of our arrivals. Definitely not going to be the last. Where else do we have guys coming in from? So actually, yeah, look at it here, and the next couple of arrivals are probably an hour or more away still. So hopefully we'll lure in some departures here, since we don't have too many arrivals. That's actually not too bad. We got the one guy here will be here midnight 19. I said I was going to be out of here by midnight Zulu. I know this guy. For him, I'll wait till midnight. I'll wait after midnight a little bit. I have a little bit of leeway on my log off time here today. I definitely have to kind of stick to my guns a little bit, but I have some leeway. Can't be too late, but if he shows up at the time he's proposing, we can accommodate his arrival. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. I see this guy sitting here. I don't know. I see a guy sitting in our server here. I just wonder if he's trying to get some time on in the on the scopes here. Top controllers of the month in Toronto. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, I'm up to number 5. I got 5 hours and 33 minutes so far in Toronto this month. That's not bad. How's that for the? That's got to be for the month of January though, because that can't be the month of February, because month of February just started. That's got to be last month. All right, how's WestJet doing? He's almost up there. Transat, that's as high as I can get him. Looks like WestJet actually might make it down to make the restrictions here at, is it Ling or Youth? I think it's Youth, isn't it? Yeah, Youth is where the restriction is. All right, handoff. This is Cleveland guy. He's got a handful of stuff going on. He's got like, really doesn't have actually anything going on. Holy jolly. He's got 1 airplane in his airspace. He's got 2 departures on the ground, but he's only got 1 airplane actually in his airspace. He must have stepped away. WestJet 1215, descend 8,000.
8,000 WestJet 1215.
Transat 948 for hire. Call Cleveland Center now. 119.87. G'day.
Over to Cleveland Center on 119.87. Have a good one.
See ya. All right. Come on, guys. Bring the traffic on. I can deal with it. I want to deal with it. I want to get this done here. Just looking up here and trying to play again with the StatSim website even more, because there's some neat charting tools on statsim.net as well. I think I may have exceeded its capability to crunch numbers, though. I may have asked it to do too much because I asked it to do the whole year. And I may have killed it. Oh, no, it did. It did it in the end. I just had to give it some time to think about it. It's generating the charts and reloading the website. It's taking time. I think it's almost reloaded. There we go. All right. Now, what's this guy doing? Not much yet. Okay, let me bring you guys back over to the web browser here for not that one, right there. So there's some neat stuff you can do here. You can do some charting as well for various airports within StatSim, and that's really kind of neat. So this is the whole year last year. So this is CYYZ, Toronto Pearson. Last year, this is daily. This is by day. This is arrivals and departures. So day by day throughout the year, arrivals, departures. There's down here at the 24th of February. It was a really kind of boring day in Toronto. 7 arrivals, 16 departures. Really kind of hit rock bottom there. And then you can find the cross the pond day here as well. There's cross the pond. If I can get it to actually highlight it there, just for a second there. 400 and something, 179 departures, 50 arrivals in one day. So that was cross the pond day right there. But you can see it's generally pretty consistent across most of the year, but definitely in the latter half of the year here, there's definitely kind of a spike in activity. Now, the interesting thing is to try and figure out why that is. Is that because of the season, or is it because of the controlling that's going on? Because either one of them could be a trigger. VATSIM tends to be busier in the winter months when people are more inside, especially in the northern hemisphere, especially Canada. Anyways, people are spending more time inside, so more time in front of their computers, simming and whatnot. Or is it because that maybe there was a pickup in controlling hours? There's more events, more controlling hours, and as a result, people tend to spend more time on on their flight simulators because there was or they tend to visit this airport more often because there was some good events and more traffic there. So it's kind of interesting. Like there's pretty good high spikes here of 100 100 arrivals or 100 departures a couple days in the November December area right there as the days got shorter. So interesting to kind of see that, but you don't see that here in the January February swing where if that was the logic, if it was winter that was really doing it. So there must have been some good events or some good solid controlling going on there. The other neat charts you can see here for Toronto here are just for this period of time what the popular aircraft were. So the 320 and the 737, just like the rest of the network, pretty popular. The A320, the 737, 800 and 700, and then this is the A320neo. So you add those together, and about 75% of the flying happens on these four aircraft types. Really, two aircraft types, the 320 and the 37, are represents 75% of the flying in and out of Toronto, and then there's a few other ones here, the 321 CRJ 777. Really, since the advent, WestJet 1215 to send 6,000.
6,000 WestJet 1215.
Since the advent of Microsoft Flight Simulator, really, the narrow body airliners have dominated it in a way that the other aircraft just can't even keep up with. You got a few people still flying prepared P3D and a few people flying X-plane that are probably flying some of these heavy aircraft, but in general, the narrow body is the percentage is just phenomenal. And I don't know if this is true at every airport necessarily in VATSIM, but definitely Toronto, it's definitely been exemplified here. The 320 and the 37 are dominant here. What's also interesting here is to notice the airline dominance here of Air Canada. Almost a full 50% of all flights that flew VATSIM in and out of Pearson were Air Canada flights. The next best one was WestJet at just over 15%. And then you've got a few other miscellaneous ones here, Jazz at 7%. Then you got Delta, American, Rouge, United, Transat, and Walker even for a fictional airline even crosses this boundary here into the top, what is this, probably 10 anyways, more than almost 3% of the total flights last year. But just crazy to see what a disparity there is, how much just Air Canada. WestJet 1215 to send 4,000.
4,000 WestJet 1215.
Anyways, it's kind of interesting to note that. If you look at it instead, say like last month, and have a look here and see where the totals are charted up here on a daily basis, it's about the same with the month before. You get a few peak days at close to 100, and most of it, you can almost see where the weekends are here too. There's a weekend, I bet, 29th of January, that was a weekend, and then the 21st of January 50th, you can almost see where the weekends are. Here's just the holiday period, New Year's Day, lots of people with time off. Hung over on the first, but then everyone got on the network on the second. But you can almost see the weekends play out here pretty well with these departure forecasts here. And again, the percentages still stay about the same. WestJet 13%, give or take. Air Canada almost 50%. Jazz, American, Delta, Rouge. This is a whole different time period. This was just last month instead of 2022. But it's almost the same ratios here. The 737 actually won out, but it's interesting anyways to look at it. All right, we are back here into scope here. We've got WestJet 1215s just on the downwind there. Another couple miles, we'll turn them in. Air China's just crossing over the Ottawa area there. It's not really doing too much. WestJet 250 Toronto, you're leaving my airspace to the east. Montreal's not online. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates, and have a great flight. WestJet 1215 Toronto, turn left heading 330, descend 3000.
330, descend 3000, WestJet 1215.
WestJet 250 Toronto. WestJet 250 Toronto. WestJet 250. I was kind of hoping I'd get a few more departures by now. I've been online for a good solid hour and a half here. Should have earned a couple more departures by now. What's that put it at? It's almost 5 o'clock. People will start heading home from work soon. Hopefully we'll get a couple of extra flights in that regard. WestJet 1215, turn left heading 270 to intercept, clear the ILS, runway 24 right.
270, intercept the ILS 24 right, thanks. WestJet 1215.
Nope, WestJet 250 wandered off. Okay, so be it.
Toronto Center, WestJet 250.
Yeah, WestJet 250 Toronto, you've actually left my airspace to the east. Montreal's not online. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have a safe flight.
Yeah, we figured that's what it was. Sorry, boss. Mike was on the charge here. We'll see you next time. Thanks for your great service out of Toronto. As always, Rob. Have a great day. Bye-bye. 250.
No problem. We'll see you next time. All right, and I'm back down to one airplane again, and he's about to land. I'm going to have no airplanes. My next arrival is showing 22:56. It's showing 1 hour from now. So, any of you guys out there watching, please log on. Let's get some traffic going here. Let's make this stream interesting. I don't care if you want to come do circuits, whatever. Have some fun. I enjoyed people doing circuits. It's a nice change from the IFR flying. It requires a different management strategy, and it's good to exercise the old brain matter and do things a little different sometimes. You get very much stuck inside this IFR box sometimes with every aircraft being an IFR flight. That the VFRs are kind of a nice change. I say that, and yet whenever I fly on the network, I pretty much exclusively fly IFR. Every once in a while I'll do VFR, but the thing is, usually when I want to do a VFR flight, it's because I want to go and explore, and I kind of don't want to do it with restrictions. So I tend not to do the VFR flying where I'm kind of exploring and having fun online so much. I tend to kind of really do it offline, so I don't even have to worry about approach paths and airspace restrictions. I can just go fly up and down. And it's funny that I have used Microsoft Flight Simulator now to explore places. I've gone to go and kind of see places in 3D and fly right down close to ground and see what some of these cities that I up close and personal even before I've gone to visit them. WestJet 1215, Toronto winds 250 at 11. You're clear to land, runway 24 right.
24 right, clear to land, thanks. WestJet 1215.
Didn't really need that auto terminal view after all, did I? Airbag at Concord circuits. If you want to come and do it at this point, I'm game. There is so little traffic that you're going to get in the way of. I'd be game for it for sure. If you can boot up a Concorde that quickly and get her fired up and running, spew some pollution into the atmosphere. Actually, it's kind of funny. I started flying the Mad Dog now in MSFS, and it's funny how it makes such brown contrails in the sim. They actually changed the color of the contrails in the sim for that aircraft to be brown rather than white, because it's true that airplane is. It doesn't really fly anymore, but it's such an old airplane. Was such a highly polluting airplane. When you did still see it flying just before the pandemic, 3-4 years ago, you'd see it do a takeoff, and you just see just reams of black smoke just pouring out of these engines. Like none of the more modern high bypass engines have that the exhaust that comes out that color anymore. They're pretty disgusting to look at that. Yeah, so I think it's funny that they modeled that in MSFS with the black contrail, not black, but like a dirty brown color contrails coming out of the airplane. But I'd say it's realistic and accurate. Like that's the color, the exhaust that comes out of those things. They were old engines. They came from a whole different era when I won't say the pollution was acceptable, but it was a necessary byproduct of transportation. You know, you got to burn fuel. It's going to be smoky, and the smoke's got to go somewhere. So it came out the back end of the what was it? Was the JT somethings on the MD-82? What was the engine on the MD-82? Yeah, the Pratt & Whitney JT8D 200s. Powered the MD-80 anyways, then the MD-82 was probably even a little more. Let's see here if it's got the list. I just Googled it and Wikipedia came up real quick, so I'm just trying to see if it has the MD-82. The JT8D 217s and 217As. So yeah, still just the same variation of the JT8D, which is just a, it's an old engine. Bypass ratio was not really in the definite. It was not really a term when the JT8Ds were made. As I'm sitting here looking at it here, let me pull it up here. So here we go. So here's WestJet 1215. Welcome to Toronto. Right turn on Charlie 2 if you got it. Do you have a gate in mind?
Yeah, we're going for Charlie 26, and we'll turn right here, Charlie, WestJet 1215.
All right, WestJet 1215. Yeah, right turn there, Charlie 2. Right turn on Echo all the way up to Sierra. Cross runway 33 right into Alpha Juliet.
Okay, Echo, Sierra, and then cross 33 right, Echo, Juliet, WestJet 1215.
Yeah, so here is, again, switching to the browser view. That one. There's the good old JT8D that powered the Mad Dogs, the MD-82 anyways, and its variations, all the DC-9 variations really for years and years and years. That's actually from a DC-950, so it's not. But again, it's a straight turbojet aircraft engine pretty much. There's almost no bypass ratio on this thing. It's just all turbine. I mean, there was two spools, so there was some kind of a bypass ratio, but it's not like the day where the bypass ratio was like 5-to-1. It was like the bypass ratio back then was like 1-to-1. There was very little bypass ratio to it. There's the JT8 200 on the test bed there. So that's the one that went right there, and that's the one that actually went in the MD-80s. And I mean, there you go. Like there's no bypass ratio on this. It's a straight turbojet aircraft, pretty much. Not like today's aircraft where they've got absolutely huge bypass ratios. Even just to go for the CFM 56. What's the? I mean, look at the bypass ratio on this. You just visually you can see how much of the air does not go through the core of the engine, but just bypasses the engine altogether. That's what powers most of the narrow body airliners, the 737, the 320, even the 340 actually flew the CFM 56. Any more pictures of CFM 56? Not anymore. Like, not that really any other great pictures of the CFM 56, but you could just see like how big the bypass ratio was on this. Like, does it actually list the bypass ratio here at all? It's got to be the realm of. So the next generation, the LEAP engines, are going to have a bypass ratio of 10 to 1. The CFM56 has several variants having bypass ratios ranging from 5 to 1 up to 6 to 1. So yeah, and then you look at like the MD-80 where it was like at best it was maybe a 1 to 1 ratio. Because that's what gives efficiency now is it's not sending most of the air through the combustion chamber, but most of the thrust is being generated by the fans, and only a small amount of that airflow that's actually being moved is actually going into the combustion chamber and getting burned. Anyhow, interesting just to look at it, but I thought it was hilarious that they had modeled that when I started flying the MD-82, the Mad Dog in MSFS, and I saw that brown that brown contrail behind the aircraft. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty accurate. All right, let's get this back to let's get rid of that one there. Good stuff, good stuff. And now it's quiet. It's so quiet. There's nothing going on. I had one arrival. That's it. I'm done. Probably about 30 minutes. I'm going to start to have at least one inbound aircraft. In about 30 minutes, we're going to start to have some inbounds. We're going to start seeing them cross our airspace, but it's going to be a little bit quiet for the next little while. So please, guys, tell me what you want to talk about, because I got nothing. I could try to find stuff to talk about, because yeah, unfortunately, this is not the best ATC stream, and it's funny because like was it the last one I did or the one before that where it started out pretty quiet, and then in the middle it got so bloody busy I couldn't even keep my head straight as to what was going on. But that's the way I like it. Like it's a fun hobby, but I like to push my limits in this hobby. Like I like to push myself to what's the maximum amount of airplanes that I can possibly control and the most amount of work that I can do, and still keep it straight in my mind and get it all going the way I should. And it's this is and you need to see like a decent number of airplanes to be able to do that. It's hard to say what the limit is because it varies depending on the situation, especially. Um, it's funny because when they're training air traffic controllers, they like to push them to their limits and past their limits because they want the air traffic controllers to identify their limits and know their limits. And everybody's a little bit different in terms of what their limit is, what their cognitive processing capabilities are, what the maximum uh, um, sorry, what I'm trying to say here. So like yeah, they when they put the controllers in the sims, um, yeah, they as well as doing training, like a couple of training sessions they do, they try to push the controllers past their personal limits and try to just saturate them. And then it's one of those cases where it's not like it's a sudden degradation or it's not a slow degradation in performance. It's like you're performing at your optimal up till you reach a certain point, and then you just add 1 to 2 more airplanes on top of that, and the whole thing just comes falling apart. Your brain just completely becomes saturated and can't do anything. It can't do anything well, and that's why they push their controllers that limit in training, so that they can see, first of all, how spectacularly their brains do fail when they do fail. We all are human beings. We all have cognitive limitations, and when you reach that cognitive limit, how quickly you run out of capability at that time. And they do that so controllers can identify themselves when they're reaching that point, see how bad it is, and be ready and willing to say no to more workload when they know they've reached that limit, when they are just approaching completely saturated and they cannot handle anything more. They are able to say no because they've seen the bad things that happen when they don't say no, because it's pretty spectacular when they do fail. Now that being said, it's going to be different for every controller. It's going to be different depending on the job you're doing too. So if you're like a ground controller, you're probably going to be able to handle quite a large number of airplanes. The thing about ground controlling, of course, is that things are kind of often chaotic depending on the airport. You try and set up like systematic flows where everyone's sort of moving in the same direction, but you throw one person who's kind of going against that flow, and it can throw your whole pattern out the window very quickly. But you can handle a lot of airplanes if everything's kind of consistent. If you're kind of dealing with a smaller airport where there's not an efficient layout of taxiways, and maybe you have to get aircraft moving different directions down the same taxiway, and you have to kind of hold people in one and the other, and there's a lot of stuff going on that way. You can quickly get overloaded that way. But at the major airports where things are generally fairly well laid out and the taxiways are kind of laid out with efficiency and moving airplanes in a consistent direction in mind, one person can handle a lot of airplanes very quickly and very quickly without necessarily getting overloaded. The other thing too is that the nice thing about a ground controller is that the aircraft can stop. So if things start to really go sideways, you can just start telling everybody to stop. Every person that you can get a hold of, you can tell them to stop until you sort it out, and at least you can sort of pause stuff. Once you start dealing with airborne aircraft, stopping is not an option. Um, and time is working against you the whole time. Once the aircraft are airborne, the amount of fuel that they're starting to burn, time is pretty finite. Taxiing, you can't taxi forever. Taxiing time is finite as well. However, the room for error there is generally a lot larger. You can taxi an airplane around for an hour or two before they start to burn up, before they've really burned up most of their contingency fuel. Whereas airborne, you might have an extra 10 to 15 minutes of fuel, and that's it. So things have to happen a lot quicker when you're airborne. So again, and it depends on what's going on. Like the tower control can be a very difficult situation there's a lot of if there's a lot of different kind of conflicting things happening. Um, if you've got a couple people doing circuits, you've got some IFR departures and arrivals, you've got some people moving VFR through the zone, maybe some helicopters doing some circuits or some operations underneath or on top of everybody else, you can get pretty quickly saturated like that. If you've got a fairly straightforward IFR arrivals and departures and everyone's lined up at the runways, just boom, clear to land, boom, turn off, boom, clear to land, boom, turn off. You know, clear for takeoff, contact departure, clear for takeoff, contact departure. Then it can be pretty easy. If you've got a lot of aircraft in the circuit doing variety stuff. Uncle Wiki wants to know how is the airport recently? I'm flying out tomorrow and hope it's not a nightmare in the morning. The airports are fine now, especially right now. We are in the midst of North America. We're in the midst of the shoulder season. We are some of the lowest flying right now in the winter break right now. The only thing that's really doing a lot of business is the summer, the sun destinations, the Caribbeans and the Mexicos and things like that. But for the most part, airports are very quiet. I went to two Tim Hortons at two different airports yesterday. The one Tim Hortons I stood in line for about 10 minutes, which for Tim Hortons at an airport is pretty darn good. That's not much of a wait. And the other one, there was nobody. There was literally no line. We walked up to the counter, we ordered, we got our drinks, we walked away. It just crazy. So right now, airports fine. I wouldn't worry too much about the airports. That's not to say that there's nobody there, but we are certainly not seeing the chaos that we saw over last summer, where there was not enough staff, there was not enough anything to do the jobs that need to get done. Who's handing me something here? Boston is handing me JetBlue 19. All right, let me see if I can find this here. Yeah, so I wouldn't worry too much about it right now. Yeah, that's what I thought. This guy here. There are people at the airports, but it's not overcrowded. It's not problematic. Even before Christmas, when we had the winter weather hitting various parts of Canada kind of all at the same time, really kind of, and especially Vancouver got it pretty extreme. They got 37 centimeters of snow at the airport in one night. That's well over a 1 month total for Vancouver. That's often like an entire season's worth of snow for Vancouver, 37 centimeters. They got it in one night. It was just phenomenal how much snow fell.
Toronto Center, JetBlue 19, 3820.
JetBlue 19, Toronto Center. Good afternoon. Yeah, so there were those problems for a long time, but it's definitely not the case anymore. We're very much in the shoulder season, which is good for you if you're traveling right now because yeah, the flights are not full, the airports are not full, and the last week or so the weather's been pretty good. There was some snow in Toronto the other day, but it hasn't been like terribly ridiculous. Well, I mean, I don't know what airport you're flying out of. Are you flying out of Toronto? If you're flying out of Toronto, I'm literally pulling up the weather forecast on my phone because I got not much else to do right now. And the weather forecast for Toronto looks fine. Tomorrow night, there's going to be some snow. Even then, it's just a little bit of light snow and a little bit of gusty wind, so nothing crazy. Should not really impact any travel plans too much. Yeah, Pearson. No, tomorrow the weather looks good, so that should not be an issue for you. I don't know where you're going, but certainly getting out of Toronto should not be too much of an issue tomorrow. Yeah, it's been kind of a little bit nicer. We actually did yesterday. We did flight. We did it. We were completely on time. We were actually early on both of our flights, which is not something that's happened very much lately. It's just, especially in winter, it's hard to be early because even even a, even on a good day, oftentimes you need to go de-ice because the airplanes frost up all the time, even during the day, even when the sun's out, because especially if the plane has come back from a flight and turns around and goes on another flight, which they do most of the time. Airplanes don't usually sit very long on the ground, so um, you fly a 3-hour flight at 36,000 feet. The fuel in the tanks gets pretty darn cold. It gets into the -20s, sometimes into the -30s. And then you land, the fuel doesn't heat up instantly. It retains that cold for a long time. So it may be -5 on the ground, but it might be the fuel in the tanks might be -25 or -30. So you may still get frost on the tanks during the day just because the fuel is so cold in the tanks that you brought down from altitude, whatever fuel you had left in the tanks you brought down from altitude. So even on a good sunny day, in the winter, you may still need to go de-ice, and that usually adds 10 to 15 minutes. Most of the schedules do not have de-icing built in. Going with Phil's teal favorites. I'm surprised you still can catch a WestJet flight out of Toronto these days. I thought they had pulled out of the East altogether. I think Toronto and Montreal, like the only places they hit in the East now, like they've pretty much pulled off the East Coast. And I was talking about this on my flight stream the other day, and the airlines don't want to admit this, but my personal take on it, I think a big reason there's two big reasons why WestJet and Air Canada are really retrenching, and WestJet is really focusing on the West, and Air Canada is really focusing on the East, and they're kind of pulling out of a lot of the minor cities, and like there's no hub for Air Canada in Calgary anymore. Like it's pretty much Calgary is an airport where you fly to the hubs now. So it's not a hub for Air Canada anymore. It's basically from Calgary, you can fly to Toronto or Vancouver, and then or Montreal, and you can connect to your other flights there. Pretty much, that's about it. Um, you can't even get like Regina to Calgary anymore because it's not a hub for Air Canada anymore anyway. So you can get it on WestJet, I believe, but not on Air Canada. But yeah, the whole reason why the two companies are kind of retrenching, there's two reasons really, I think, at the end of the day. First is that they're trying to make sure that they're in a sound financial position after several years of losing money, and with lots of these low-cost carriers kind of nipping at their heels, starting up operations, trying to siphon away traffic between all the major Canadian cities. There's definitely the chance for some serious competition in the business, which is good in a way, but there's a limit to how much competition you can have. The market for air travel in Canada is only so big, and at the end of the day, one of these carriers is not going to last the next 5 years. And I don't think it's going to be the big. I don't think it's going to be the big ones. I think it's going to be one of the new upstarts that is going to have to pull the plug within the next 5 years, unless they have some very deep pockets. There's going to probably be some losses, especially with the recession coming. So I think that's what Air Canada and WestJet are doing, is they're sort of retrenching to playing back to their core strengths. To reinforce their bottom lines after years of losing money on pandemic restrictions and everything, but also to make sure that they're in a good position to compete with all these low cost carriers, with Flair, with Canada Jetlines, with Lynx, with Porter, all these upstarts that are trying to steal some business. All of a sudden, the landscape for airlines in Canada is becoming a little bit too crowded. Um, the other reason I think they're both retrenching is that neither airline, and this is a problem for all the airlines in Canada, is that neither airline can maintain a larger schedule. There is just the pilot shortage is so unbelievably real right now. The amount of hiring that all the airlines are doing is absolute madness, and it was madness before COVID-19. It was madness how much airlines were hiring before COVID-19, and then COVID-19 put a 3-year hiatus on hiring, almost pretty much almost a solid 3 years. They went from like March of 2020 until almost the end of 2023. So yeah, it was almost a 3-year hiatus. I think they really started opening the hiring gates in mid 2023. So 2.5 years where nobody was hired, but people kept on retiring, people kept on leaving the business. And so when it came back to all of a sudden, travel came back, and we needed to staff all these flights. So it's like, oh my God, we can't hire people fast enough. We can't train them fast. It's unbelievable to watch what happened to all the airlines. They all fell for it. I won't say fell for it, but they all just ended up in the same situation where they all had to lay off to survive, and then they had to bring all these people back. So first of all, they had to retrain all these people that were laid off that were already their pilots anyways, but they had to retrain some of them. Some of them were laid off so long that they basically had to train them like they were a new employee again. There was such a long pause in the flying, and even those that weren't that long and paused in the flying, everyone had to go back for some level of retraining, and then all of a sudden they had to start introducing all this new hires, and the amount of new hires is just unbelievable. Like the airlines are hiring like they're short like 20 to 25% of their pilots, their target pilot numbers. And airlines love to be short a little bit because they love to kind of make everybody work a little harder and not have to pay benefits to quite as many people. So they love to be short a little bit. But when I say short a little bit, you're talking like 10% short. You don't want to be 25% short, which is where most of the airlines are sitting right now. You don't want to be that short. That's madness. A quarter of the company, you're going to hire a quarter of the company worth of pilots again in the next year or so. And where are you going to turn over to get these pilots from? So that's a big part of, I think, why Air Canada and why WestJet is really why Air Canada and WestJet are really kind of playing back to their strengths is they don't have the fleet. They don't have the fleets to fly right now, so they really have to kind of focus on like what are the routes that make us money, because we can't do the periphery routes anymore because we just don't have the capability, we don't have the capacity in the system anymore to do that. Anywho, I'm sure Team Teal is suffering just as much as Big Red, and everyone's in the same boat. Everyone's kind of competing for the same pool of pilots, trying to lure the people in, and it's going to be.
Toronto Center, good afternoon. WestJet 664 with you, level 350, direct set to go.
WestJet 664 Toronto, good afternoon. Squawk code 0525.
0525, WestJet 664.
Now we're starting to get some traffic. WestJet 664 Toronto, thank you very much. You're identified. Flight level 350. The information in Toronto is Bravo. Runway 24 right. 23 RNAV Yankees available if you'd like it. And when ready, descend flight level 240.
Roger, we have Bravo when ready to descend flight level 240. Requesting the RNAV Yankee runway 23, please. WestJet 664.
WestJet 664, roger. Plan the RNAV Yankee 23.
Thank you.
Gonna see some people doing this RNAV Yankee approaches now. WestJet loves their RNP, their curved RNP approaches. I expect them to be all over this, especially coming from that direction too. It's just faster in every sense of the way. They're going to terminal 3 as well. Everything for it makes more sense for them. The only problem, and it's funny now, the only problem really with this whole RNAV Yankee thing is the way it's been set up in Toronto, and it's actually a little bit interesting when you kind of think about it from a logistic standpoint. So before the RNAV Yankee approaches kind of came along, for most of the last 3 years anyways, especially with traffic levels kind of being lower, discounting the construction on 24 right for like a whole summer, the general preference is to land on the south runways, to land when you're doing a west flow, is to land runway 24 right, depart runway 23, and why it generally gets everyone a shorter taxi. So, you can see the terminals here. Getting to the departure end of 23 is not so bad. Getting to the departure end of 24 right, depending where you're parked, it can be a little bit longer. But certainly for the arrivals, landing 24 right, getting off here or here, you're pretty close to the terminals. Landing 23, usually get off over here at either Hotel 2 or 4. It's generally a longer taxi in. So from an efficiency standpoint, arriving 24 right, departing 23 really is probably one of the more efficient configurations you can get with this airport, unless you're at a point where you need, a triple operation where you're arriving 24 left, departing 24 right, and 23 is kind of a mixed operation.
Center JetBlue 19 request deploy for 2 minutes.
JetBlue 19, that's approved. Let me know when you're back.
Go.
All right, so he doesn't have the RNAV Yankee, he only has the RNAV Zulu and X-Ray, which do not allow you to do parallel approaches, I believe. So let me just have a little look-see here. And runway 23, RNAV Zulu, RNAV. I have the RNAV Yankee. I can't fly it, but I have the RNAV Yankee. All right, fine. I'm playing the RNAV Zulu then. Now, WestJet 664. I copy you don't have the RNAV Yankee. I can set you up for the RNAV Zulu runway 23 or the ILS 24 right.
Roger, RNAV Zulu is fine for runway 23, WestJet 664, thanks.
WestJet 664, roger, plan that. I can't do RNAV Yankee either. Too cheap to buy the AirAC update, haha. Yeah, and the funny thing is actually, The PMDG 737s do not do a great job of flying the RNAV Yankees. They do not do a great job of flying those curved approaches. And I'm not sure what it is. If it's the way they're coded, if it's the what am I trying to say here? If it's the uh, if it's the way they're coded, if it's the software that's in the airplane. But like I've tried to fly a few RNAV Yankees with the PMDG 737. It doesn't do a great job with the curved legs. It basically kind of creates a bunch of kind of artificial waypoints around the curved legs and then flies straight lines between these waypoints, which is not correct at all. Like the whole point of the RNPs is it's supposed to be like curved approaches with a set ideal radius that you follow around, and it just brings you around on a nice curved approach right onto the final approach fix. So the curve ends at the final approach fix, and boom, you now only have to fly a 5-mile final from the time you straighten out on final approach. The whole point is that the last part of the last part of before you reach the FAF, instead of having to fly 5 miles straight on the ILS before you reach the final approach fix, you're now flying a curved approach, which is probably more likely coming from the direction you were coming from, and you're cutting off probably about 10 to 15 miles per flight. But one of the most important features of it is the constant radius constant radius to fixed turns. So let's pull up the chart here. Show me CYYZ just for looking at it and kind of talking about it here. RNAV Yankee runway 23. So RNAV Yankee runway 23. All right, and sorry, hold on, let me pull this up on the browser. There it is. So there's the RNAV Yankee runway 23 for Toronto. It's an RNAV RNP, and the most important feature of it really is this radius to fix. So for anyone coming in from the north or from the west, instead of having to go all the way out here till you're at 10 to 12 miles final, do a solid straight base leg for 5 miles, and then truck back in for 12 miles, you can just intercept this nice curving arc that brings you directly to the FAF, and you roll out at the FAF at 2,700 feet at about 1,200 feet above the ground, fully established and ready to land in 6.3 miles in this case, but basically 5 to 6 miles on final. But this radius to fix is the ideal, perfect approach that you want to see to line you up nicely here. And what the PMDGs tend to do is they tend to just fly it as a bunch of straight legs. So you'll fly this leg to this leg, and then it'll either have no other legs or it'll have like a couple of extra little artificial legs, and it'll fly from here, click direct here, and then click direct here, and then it has to sort of intercept, and it's not smooth, it's not pretty. The PMDGs are not flying it well right now. I hope that they can fix that and improve that, because they're not flying the RNPs the way they're supposed to with the radius to fix. That's a nice smooth turn, because at 100, it's supposed to be 100, 200 knots. There's these max speeds so that you can achieve this exact radius without having to overbank the aircraft and get this nice perfect radius, even with some compensation for the wind. WestJet 664, descend 12, 2000.
Descend 12,000, WestJet 664.
WestJet 664, Toronto altimeter 3021.
3021, WestJet 664.
Anyways, my whole point of this, long before I start talking about what PMDG can and can't do, is that it works really, really well in a west flow. So what they're doing in Toronto right now is they are doing ILS arrivals on 24 right. For those that can do them, the ILS Yankee is available on runway 23. It's a shorter approach, it's a little faster, and then all the departures on 23, because what they of course have found out very quickly is that not a lot of airlines actually still want to do these RNAV Yankees, even though they're more efficient. WestJet's is a big one that wants to do it, and especially coming from the western part of Canada, they're often set up nicely to do these RNAV Yankees onto runway 23. But a lot of the other operators are not doing them nearly so much, and a lot of them are still doing these ILS 24 right. So the departures off 23 is kind of working. What really makes this whole production extremely awkward now is when you switch directions at this airport and you try to do an east flow. So when you try to do arrivals 6 left, departures 05, and the RNAV Yankee arrivals, the few of them that there are, also on 05. So it's kind of balanced as best you can. Now you end up with a ridiculously long taxi to get to 05 for departure, especially if you're down here at T1, especially kind of in the farther dregs of T1, lanes 9, 10, even lanes 11 out here. Like you're so far out here, it's literally 4 miles to taxi at 30 knots, that's still like 10 minutes easily, and you're not doing 30 knots the whole way. You're slowing down 10 knots to make these turns. Like you're talking, it's a good 15 to 20 minute taxi from over here at T1 out to runway 05. Ridiculously long. Used to be before we had these RMP Yankees that we depart 6 left because it's a shorter taxi from almost all the terminals. Really, at the end of the day, even Terminal 3, it's shorter taxi to 6 left pretty much than it is to depart taxi 5. And again for the arrivals off 05, Hotel 3, and down Bravo, and you're almost at the terminals already. Arrival 6 left, not as good. Maybe if you're coming down here to the southern end of T1, it's pretty good. But in general, for the overall efficiency of the operation, arriving 05, departing 06 left was a much smarter operation. Now with these RNAV Yankees, RNP Yankees, they don't want people doing ILSs to 05 anymore unless the weather's really low. So they save that for the RNP Yankees. So all the departures have to go off 05. So ridiculously long taxi. It's very awkward, and until I think they can get more people on board with doing a lot of these RNAV Yankees, it's just not going to be efficient to operate this way. Works fine in a west flow. In a west flow, it's really good actually. It sort of conforms to everything. It works really quite efficiently and effectively. But when you get turned around into an east flow, this airport suddenly becomes very inefficient. A lot of time spent taxiing. A lot of time spent taxiing. Starting to get some aircraft here now. Starting to get some activity. Ping this guy here because it's going to get busy here. We'll pick up this guy here. We got the BVX. What is BVX? I do not know what BVX is, and it does not show up here. Operator BVX is all it says. I have to listen closely for what his call sign is.
Osprey 4444, Toronto Center, flight level 400.
I'm sorry, what's the call sign?
Osprey 4444.
Osprey 4444, Toronto, flight level 400. Welcome. And so one of the things that makes this whole operation work to this point is that just recently, and by recently I mean sometime last year. Oh, there it is, 3rd of November of last year. NAV Canada published an information circular that allowed them to have simultaneous operations between ILSs and I'll say between ILSs and RMPAs, but it allowed them to use simultaneous operations when they have aircraft performing these curved RNPAR approaches, the curved RNP approaches. So previous to now.
Toronto, good evening. Air Canada 615, level 360.
Air Canada 615, Toronto, good evening. Squawk code 0551.
0551.
So what they had was previous to November. Anytime you wanted to have simultaneous operations on two closely spaced parallel runways, the only way you could do it was having ILSs. ILSs were the only approaches that were considered high enough fidelity, precision to allow you to have two airplanes performing parallel approaches without having to worry about one overtaking the other. As long as they're established on their ILSs, these ILSs are very accurate. They can continue flying these approaches. Air Canada 615, identified flight level 360.
Roger.
RNAV approaches, you couldn't reach the same level of fidelity. At least it hadn't been proven that you could reach the same level of fidelity, so you couldn't do simultaneous approaches if someone was doing an RNAV approach. So what happened in November was that they finally said yes, that we recognize that especially the RNAV RNP approaches, because of the high level of fidelity that these approaches are using, we can actually have simultaneous operations. We can have simultaneous operations with those curved approaches. So you've got one guy established on a straight in, and then you have another guy curving in, doing the other approach beside him. We consider those to be separated as long as they're established on their approaches. It's called established on RNPAR, EOR. So you can actually have simultaneous operations between the RNAV Yankee on 2-3 and the ILS on 2-4 right. And that's allowed. You don't have to worry about extra separation or extra buffers between these aircraft as long as they're both established on their approaches. That's what really kind of changed. And so the hope was to increase the capacity of the airport while still using all these more efficient RNAV approaches. It hasn't necessarily happened the way it was supposed to yet. Mostly because it doesn't seem like enough people are really flying the RNP Yankees to make it worthwhile. The other problem is there's a capacity issue in Toronto in terms of gate capacity. I think the runways could still handle more aircraft than they're handling right now, but there's not enough gates anymore for the amount of aircraft that seem to be coming in and out of Toronto most days. And with more operators trying to start up, I don't know where these operators are going to go. Most days Toronto's pretty full. WestJet 664 Toronto, continue to send 8,000.
Send 8,000, WestJet 664.
Toronto Center, Canadian Express 136 with you 8,000.
Let's see here. Canadian Express, sorry, what was the flight number?
136.
Canadian Express 136. There you are. Squawk code 0565.
0565, Canadian Express 136.
Canadian Express 136 Toronto, thank you very much. You're identified at 8,000. The Ottawa altimeter is 3013. Information is Charlie. Plan the RNAV runway 25. Let me know which RNAV you prefer.
Okay, copy that. 3013, runway 25, and I believe I'm set up for Arnav Zulu.
Canadian Express 136. I copy the RNAV Zulu. Proceed direct Exulti, descend 3,000.
Proceed direct Solti, descend 3000. Canadian Express 136.
No point making them go the long way when I can get them in there the short way. Here's another view exactly here, and there's the RNAV Zulus, the square T, and here's those nice RNAV Yankees for aircraft coming in this way. Look at how many track miles you're going to save, and it's not a whole lot. You're talking about 10 to 15 per flight, so that's about 3 minutes of flying time, 4 minutes of flying time, but multiply that by the number of flights airlines are doing per day. It starts to add up. It really does. Okay, there we go. WestJet 664, descend 6,000.
Send 6,000, WestJet 664.
He's not really going direct to Solti, is he?
Osprey 4444 Toronto Center. Am I good to step away for 5 minutes?
Osprey 4444, that's approved. Let me know when you're back.
Thank you, thank you.
Starting to get some arrivals and departures, some activity going on here. Good stuff, good stuff. he? Okay, now I think he's. Or did he? Or did he just follow the whole thing? No, I think he's doing it now. I can't tell. I think he's supposed to go here and then there. No, he's got it now. He's got it.
Thunder JetBlue 19 back.
JetBlue 19, thank you very much. My mic volume is a little low relative to the aircraft calling in. Well, thank you for that. Let's turn them down a little bit because I feel like they're almost a little bit too high. Turn that down a little bit, get myself up there. Yeah, I'm not sure why I'm so quiet here. Normally I have no problem talking and I'm well into the yellow arc. Let's see here. Hello, test, test, hello. Yeah, all right, we'll turn it up just a little bit more. Hopefully that makes the balance a little better. Thank you very much for the feedback. Because sometimes it's so hard to tell. You're kind of looking at the you're looking at the feedback here on the streaming software, but most of the time I'm not looking at the streaming software when I talk to people because I'm concentrating on the conversation we're having. So it's
WestJet 1152, good afternoon. IFR to San Juan, please.
WestJet 1152 Toronto, good afternoon. You're cleared to San Juan via the Rigas 5 departure, Phillipsburg transition flight plan route. Departure runway is 23, squawk code 0543.
Okay, we're cleared to San Juan via the Rigas 5 with the Papa Sierra Bravo transition flight plan route, departing 23 and squawk 0543, WestJet 1152.
WestJet 1152, your read back is correct. Information Charlie's current in Toronto, and call me when you're ready for the push.
Okay, information Charlie current, and we'll call when push. Thanks, 1152.
WestJet 664 descends 4,000.
Send 4,000, WestJet 664.
Canadian Express 136, cleared Ottawa Airport, Arnav Zulu, runway 25, Exulti transition. Canadian Express 136, you're cleared Ottawa Airport, Arnav Zulu, runway 25, Exulti transition. Air Canada 615 Toronto, runway 24 right for arrival. Information is Charlie, when ready to send flight level 240.
All right, we have information, Charlie. We're expecting runway 24 right, and when ready, descend 240, Air Canada 615.
Canadian Express 136 Toronto, do you copy? Canadian Express 136 Toronto.
Yeah, go ahead.
Canadian Express 136, you're cleared to Ottawa Airport, Arnav Zulu, runway 25, Exulti transition.
Cleared runway 25, Arnav approach. Air Canada 136.
The other trouble with trying to balance the volume sometimes. Yeah, there's kids in the flight deck in Canadian Express 136.
19, request level 340.
JetBlue 19, that's approved. Climb flight level 340.
340, JetBlue 19.
Yeah, the other problem with the other problem with VATSIM is that you often do get so many different varying mic levels that you kind of have to deal with that. It's kind of hard to balance it out on stream. I find myself like when I'm not on stream, I do find myself like often turning my volume in my headset up and down and up and down. WestJet 664, turn right heading 180, descend 3,000.
Right heading 180, descend 3,000, WestJet 664.
Toronto Center, hello, Air Canada 701, descending through flight level 290 for 17,000.
Air Canada 701, Toronto, good evening. Information in Toronto is Charlie, runway 24 right for arrival. Continue descent 11,000, the altimeter Toronto 3021.
We'll continue to descent 11,000, expect 24 right for Canada 701.
So for Ottawa. There we go. WestJet 664, fly heading 210 to intercept the inbound track, cleared RNAV Zulu, runway 23.
Right, heading 210 to intercept the inbound track, cleared RNAV Zulu, runway 23, WestJet 664.
Canadian Express 136, the Ottawa winds 220 at 6, clear to land, runway 825.
Clear to land, runway 25, Canadian Express 136.
Who let those kids in the flight deck? Shut the flight deck door. It's funny. I don't know if it's better or worse when you hear dogs in the flight deck too. You hear dogs barking. You're like, what's going on in that flight deck? Oh man. All right, it's getting busier. It's getting nice and busy now. Not so busy that we can't keep an eye on it though. We definitely know what's going on here. But it's definitely taken a little bit more time to kind of cycle through everything. I'm going to get rid of this view because it was kind of handy for a minute there, but it's now more of a distraction than anything. It's taking away time I need to sort of focus on other things. So nothing much going up in the high sector, just the Osprey who's away. JetBlue's there climbing at 340. WestJet is just on final. Air Canada 701 is in descent to 12,000. Air Canada 615 has been cleared to 240 and runway assigned. And Canadian Express 136 is cleared to land.
Toronto Center, Osprey 4444, I'm back.
Osprey 4444, thank you. I can almost see him shoving them. I can almost see them shoving him off his seat when he's shoving them off his seat when he's landing. Yeah, kids, get off. Daddy's got to pretend to land an airplane now. I think the keywords are here are go bother your mother. Your mother wants to talk to you. Go help her make dinner or do whatever it is she's doing. I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly it. Sometimes it's hilarious the kind of the stuff you hear in the background when you're listening to VATSIM. The other thing too is it's funny when you hear people playing music in the background. It's like it's okay when it's kind of quiet, and people just kind of entertain themselves. But when they key the mic in, like all you can hear is there's this techno beat going on in the background of the flight deck. I'm like, well, that's definitely not your engines. Definitely your engines do not sound like that. I'm just sitting there watching myself dancing, and I'm a very good dancer, obviously. Okay, let's see here, Northfield. WestJet 664, Toronto, winds 240 at 11, clear to land, runway 23.
Land runway 23, WestJet 664.
Canadian Express 136, welcome to Ottawa. Do you know where you're parking today?
No preferred spot.
Canadian Express 136, probably the best thing for you is actually backtrack there to Foxtrot. So when you're able, make the 180 backtrack to Foxtrot and then taxi Bravo to the FBO.
Backtrack Foxtrot, Bravo to the infield. Canadian Express 136.
Gotcha. Because the Aeroshell is right here, and the it used to be an Avatab. I'm not sure if it's still an Avatab, but it's right there. So the SO's right there, the Shell's right there. If he's flying a PC-12, chances are it's one of the two places he's going. Unless he's going to the cargo ramps over here, which is also possible. I doubt he's going to the National Research Center, because that's the National Research Center over there. That's the NRC. Anyways. I know way too much about some of these airports. It sounded like he did push the kids off his lap for the landing there. I didn't hear them anymore. Oh, that's funny. It's too funny. I enjoyed that a little too much, I did. All right, we got a couple more inbounds here. Air Canada 701 Toronto, continue descent 8,000.
Down to 8,000, Air Canada 701.
There you go. Perfect. He found it. Nice. Love it. And then he'll turn around and go fly somewhere else in that airplane too. I also love watching that. I love watching people land and turn around and go back and fly again. Because that's how it happens in the real world. Like, literally these airplanes land, they turn around at like 30 to 45 minutes, and boom, they're off again. Most of these airplanes, with the amount of money people spend on these airplanes, they can't afford to sit on the ground for a long time. Airliners, especially, you talk about $100 million machines. You're talking about thousands, potentially tens of thousands of dollars a day in financing charges on these airplanes. They need to work constantly. They need to move constantly. So all day long, do a flight, hour turnaround, come back out again. If you're talking like the regional jets, you're talking a lot less than that. Like a PC-12, I mean, you could turn that thing around in
Air Canada
5 to 7 minutes.
615, beginning descent.
Air Canada 615, thank you. Continue descent 7,000. Toronto altimeter 3021.
See descent 7,000, Air Canada 615.
Well, we're definitely getting some traffic now. If you guys want to see anything more or ask any questions, please do. And I'm still going to encourage you guys to log on and be around here for at least another hour and a half. Let's see how I got my inbounds here on VATSPy, because there's one guy I was going to wait for here. He's a good guy. I know him. I've dealt with him many times, and I will wait for him to land. He's gonna push a little bit past my log off time, but there's some people I'm willing to wait for, and this guy I'm willing to wait for because I know him. He flies around quite a bit, and I'm happy to continue to provide some good service. We've definitely got some inbounds now. The next hour we got at least a half a dozen inbounds here, so it's gonna get busy now for the next little while, which is good. But I will not say no tomorrow. So if you guys watching, if you want to log in, do something, anything, do some circuits, throw some curveballs my way. I love seeing different things too. WestJet 664, welcome to Toronto. Left turn on Hotel 2 if you got it, and let me know what gate you're parking at.
WestJet vacating our hotel. It'll be Terminal 3. Stand by for the gate, please.
At WestJet 664, you can start your taxi hotel, cross runway 15 right and left, and let me know.
Hotel cleared across 15 right, WestJet 664.
Yeah, I find the more interesting days are when I get airplanes that are going to places other than Toronto. So you get some GA stuff. Who was it that was doing it for a little while there? There's a group of guys that were doing flights all around Southern Ontario for a little while there. They were doing just Cheyennes and Navajos and smaller kind of piston twins like that. Oh, the larger piston twins, but like smaller aircraft like that, smaller GA aircraft. They were doing all these like Oshawa, North Bay, and North Bay down to Hamilton, and Hamilton over to London and Kitchener, and they just it's kind of sort of hitting up all the periphery satellite airports. That makes really interesting. I really kind of always enjoyed that. I do miss that. Like, what were they? Was it Skylink? I don't think they're flying a Skylink. What were they flying as? They used to show up in my streams all the time, and there'd be like three of them, and they'd be doing like three different like odd ones. And it's great because like it's nice to see these satellite airports. Like you're not sort of everything's sort of so oriented around Toronto that it's very easy to kind of handle Toronto in a lot of respects. As long as the traffic level doesn't get too high, it's very easy to handle Toronto. It's when you're dealing with these satellite airports you're unfamiliar with, you learn lots of stuff, and you got to come up with a strategy now that
And
works.
Toronto Center,
Skycraft,
WestJet
thank you.
1152 is ready for push.
WestJet 1152 Toronto, push back onto lane 4, tail west, and call ready for taxi.
Lane 4, tail west, we'll call ready for taxi. Thanks, WestJet 1152.
And WestJet 664, did you figure out what gate you're going to?
664, firm will be Charlie 30.
WestJet 664, okay, copy Charlie 30, continue taxi Hotel Bravo, and hold short Sierra for now, continue across runway 15 left.
Across 15 left, hold Sierra, WestJet 664.
All right, we got a couple more guys entering our space here. Boom, 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 boom. This guy is not going to go back into Cleveland's airspace. He's going to Minneapolis.
Center, Delta, sorry, Air Canada 1244. Did you get my BTC request?
Air Canada 1244 negative. I don't see a PDC request here at all for you.
What's that?
Air Canada 701, descend 4,000.
Down to 4,000, Air Canada 701.
All right, so I got this WestJet texting me here. WestJet 225. Montreal, Toronto, so that's him. Gotta figure him out. All right, so this guy's trying to get a PDC through his Phoenix aircraft, but I don't have the Hoppy ACAR system because up until recently, no one ever seemed to want to use it. It started to definitely, I've had a few people ask. I've had more and more people ask. I had a Hoppy account way back in the day. I should reactivate it because it seems like people are back into this thing again. For a long time, nobody seemed to care. Nobody seemed to really use it for a long time. It was very kind of almost nobody ever asked for it. So for a while I turned it on for a couple of controlling sessions for a few months, I think, and I don't think I ever had a single aircraft log on to the system. So I just gave up on it. And now all of a sudden it's gotten to the point where it's very where it's very in demand, I guess, because of all these aircrafts, all these add-ons that support it now. WestJet 664, just waiting for an aircraft to push that was just going to push in front of your gate. Stand by 1, and yeah, WestJet 664, you're just going to be holding there for about 2 or 3 minutes till this aircraft just gets pushed out of your way here.
Roger, standing by. We'll hold position, WestJet 664.
Thank you.
WestJet 225, ready to check.
Hey, WestJet 225, I got you loud and clear. Squawk code 0526.
0526, WestJet 225.
There we go, he's got it figured out. Air Canada 701, turn left heading 330, descend 3000.
Left 330 down to 3,000, Air Canada 701.
There we go. Yeah, it was Skycraft. Skycraft was the company. I knew it was Sky something, and they were flying around all these little airports. I missed them. They were great to have because they'd fly different stuff. They'd fly unusual stuff, and it really kind of kept me on my toes.
Toronto Center, this Air Canada 155. Could we have a radio check?
Air Canada 155 Toronto. I read you 5x5.
Oh, that's great. We have a new headset, so we'll be at least another 15 minutes before we call.
Very good. Thank you. And WestJet 664, looks like the traffic managed to push out of your way, so taxi in at Alpha Juliet there to Charlie 30.
Okay, Alpha Juliet. Juliet Sierra, Alpha Juliet to Charlie 30, WestJet 664.
WestJet 225, your identified flight level 320. Welcome aboard. Air Canada 701, turn left heading 270 to intercept. You're cleared the ILS, runway 24 right.
Left 270, clear to intercept 24 right for Air Canada 701.
I wasn't going to ask the WestJet to adjust his push just because I know the way, you know, VATSIM kind of is set up. Flight simulators are set up. Usually it's hard to change your push kind of once you start it. Once you've programmed it in and selected direction, depending on what software you're using, it can be hard to change it. So I try not to sort of ask people to adjust their push too much after they've done it. So kind of just let the one WestJet may wait a little bit there. It's not ideal, but sometimes it's all you can do. So we got a bunch of inbounds here now. Let's keep watching what everybody's doing here. These guys are doing this. We got a bunch of aircraft on the ground, so I'm going to control the pushes from here on out. And I should have had this guy as a push here. This guy that was traveling westbound here just decided to log off because, you know, talking to controllers is no fun at all. All right, JetBlue 19, Toronto, you're about to leave my airspace to the west. Minneapolis is not online. You can switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates, and have yourself a good rest of the day.
Earl Sailor, JetBlue 19, thanks.
Yep. WestJet 225, Toronto. The information in Toronto is Charlie, runway 24 right for arrival.
Gotcha.
All right, so it looks like we're about to get ourselves an arrival controller, which will take some of the load off what we're doing here. Not that it was really overloaded, but I don't want to take away too much fun from other people as well. So, and it's starting to get a little bit busier here, a little bit more hectic in the center. So, I definitely don't necessarily need an arrival controller, but it's also more fun to play with other people. So.
Toronto, good afternoon. That was cargo 003, flight level 390.
Louser 003, Toronto. Good afternoon. Let me just find you here. There you are. Louser 003, squawk code 0503.
Roger, recycle 0503, Louser cargo 003.
And Toronto Center, WestJet 1152 is ready to taxi.
First of all, Air Canada 701, Toronto winds 240 at 9, clear to land, runway 24 right.
Clear to land 24 right, Air Canada 701.
WestJet 1152, runway 23, information is Charlie, altimeter 3021. Taxi lane 4, Alpha Juliet, Alpha and Hotel, hold short 23.
Okay, taxi 23, lane 4, Alpha Juliet, Alpha Hotel, and then hold short 23, WestJet 1152.
WestJet 1152, on your taxi out, monitor the arrival frequency 132.8 and give him a call when you're ready for takeoff.
All right, 132.8, and we'll call him ready to take off, WestJet 1152.
All right, just trying to sort of send some messages to my arrival controller, so he's got some stuff there. Air Canada 615, contact Toronto arrival now, 132.8. G'day.
132.8, Air Canada 615. Have a good day.
See ya. All right. And Louse Air 003 Heavy, you're identified, flight level 390, welcome.
Okay.
So now he's taken over my ATIS in Toronto and at Pearson and at City. WestJet 225 Toronto, when ready, descend flight level 240.
When ready, descend 240, WestJet 225.
And that will that'll free me up a few more ATISes that I can do myself. Yeah.
Air Canada 701 is cleared of 24 right on Charlie 4.
Air Canada 701, contact Toronto arrival now, 132.8 for the taxi, and have yourself a good rest of the night.
Over to arrivals on 32.8 for 701. Thanks, connect.
Good night. All right, and just as I send these guys off, I'm getting some handoffs here from Cleveland. Got 2 arrivals coming in, and I got only a short period of time to deal with these things here, so I can't even read what this says here. It says 3342. So let's sort this by squawk code here. That'll make it easier to find what I'm looking for here. 33.
Toronto Center, Air Canada 1244, we do pushback. With information, Charlie.
Air Canada 1244, contact Toronto arrival now, 132.8. Make sure you give them the PDC code there.
Can you mind get the frequency again for 1244?
Air Canada 1244, it's 132.8.
132.8 for Air Canada 1244.
Toronto, how you doing? It's American 4510 Heavy 222, descend 17,000 to be level at Iston. We're assigned 300 or greater in the transition ATIS Charlie.
American 4510 Toronto, thank you very much. Information is Charlie, runway 24 right for arrival, descend 11,000. The altimeter is 3021.
Descend 11,000, we're set up for 24 right, American 4510.
So he's given 300 or faster. He's given 11,000. He's got 24 right. Perfect. And 24 right. Okay, and then 6607 is this guy here, but I just got to find his squawk code as well. There we go, this guy here. Correlate him. And then I can accept his handoff. There we go, nice.
Toronto Center, good evening. WestJet 66, 17,000 at Woozy.
WestJet 66 Toronto Center, good evening. Information in Toronto is Charlie, runway 24 right, and descend, actually maintain 17,000. I'll have lower in about 5 miles.
We'll maintain 17,000, expecting 24 right, and we'll look for Charlie.
All right, this is, you know what, I actually got an arrival controller just about the perfect time here to just sort of take a little bit of the edge off this load here. So now I'm not going to be working super hard. I would probably going to be scrambling a little bit here with these 3 handoffs, trying to correlate everybody manually. Looks like we got a couple people taxiing out as well, so we're probably going to get a couple of departures here. They're going to start entering our airspace here shortly. We got a Jazz on the flight on the ground in Ottawa here. Should probably actually see some stuff about him here. So we send him a code, give him a runway for departure, and the SID. There's been no change to Ottawa. I'll put out some more ATCs here now that I have the opportunity in just a couple minutes. Just kind of making sure I got everything kind of happening here. WestJet 66 Toronto, descend 1000.
1000 for WestJet 66.
American 4510, you can resume the published speeds now, please.
Published speeds, American 4510 Heavy.
Just have a look at the ground view here. Yeah, there's a few things happening here. Seems like it's mostly sort of happening. I got two at the ground in Ottawa, so even without having control of Toronto, I'm going to start to have some stuff to do here. It's definitely getting busier. I like it. So about one more hour, I think we're going to probably be on here for, maybe about an hour and 20 minutes. And then we'll definitely have to pull the plug and start sort of getting ourselves ready to finish off our day here. But definitely kind of fun. It got very quiet there in the middle, so I'm kind of glad it's picked up now here.
Toronto Center, Echo Charlie, Juliet Tango, November, radio check.
And sorry, it was Echo Charlie Juliet November, reach you 5.
Wilco, Echo Charlie, Juliet Tango, November.
I don't think he's got a flight plan file, not that I see anywhere. Echo Charlie Juliet Tango November, Echo Charlie.
Toronto Center, good evening, Jazz 742 at flight level 310.
Jazz 742 Toronto, good evening. Information Charlie Toronto, runway 24 right for arrival. When ready, descend flight level 240.
We have Charlie on board, expect 24 right, and sorry, down to which flight level?
Flight level 240, Jazz 742.
240 for Jazz 742.
WestJet 225, continue descent 7000. WestJet 225, continue descent 7000. Toronto altimeter is 3021.
Continue my descent to 7,000, Russia 225.
All right, now it's information India and Toronto.
17,000, right?
WestJet 225, 7000.
My bad, 7,000, Russia 225.
And let's see here, over to arrival, there you go. American 4510 Toronto, contact arrival now, 132.8. Have a good day.
328, same to you, American 4510 Heavy.
Throw open the Toronto arrival frequency here too while I'm at it. Might be fun just for our listening pleasure.
8,000.
Okay, descend 8,000. We'll grab India, and we're set up for 24 right. That's what we're assigned. Do you want us to switch to 24 left for American 4510?
4510, I'm switching now. It's in fact to full left, so then the altimeter is 3021 now.
Roger.
WestJet 66, new information in Toronto's now India. It's going to be runway 24 left for arrivals.
We look for India. WestJet 66.
WestJet 225, same for you. Information now India, runway 24 left for arrival.
Information India is now runway 24 right for arrival.
Imagine same hold true for 742.
Jazz 742, yep, you were next on my list, runway 24 left.
24 left, Roger. Jazz 742.
Jazz 742, continue descent 12, 12,000, Toronto altimeter 3021.
Affirmative, Canada 615, clear to land.
Down to 12,000, 3021, altimeter Jazz 742.
Right.
Clear to land 24 right, Canada 615.
Have it down pat. Yeah, I've been doing this for way too long. American 4510 said, amazing controlling, you have it down pat. It's like, yeah, I've been doing this for 13 years now. I should have it down pat by now. If I don't, I have a problem. WestJet 66, you can resume the published speeds on the arrival.
Published speed on the arrival, WestJet 66.
WestJet 66, thank you. Contact Toronto arrival now, 132.8. G'day.
Switching to arrival. Have a good day.
Let me know if it's too distracting having the arrival frequency up as well, because I kind of enjoy it because it's a little bit quiet right now. Oh, this guy's taxiing out without talking to anybody.
Identified at 3,500, proceed direct Murnau on course, climb 15,000.
Direct Murnau and 15,152.
Ah, somebody is taxiing without talking to me, and I can't send him a message because I don't know who it is. So let's cheat a couple ways here, because you have to talk to people. If you're taxiing at a controlled airport, you have to talk to the controllers when they're online. So let's get talking to people.
Toronto approach, good evening. WestJet 66, 11,000.
WestJet 66, Toronto arrive, hello, runway 24 left, information India, to the 3021.
Have India on board and looking for 24 left.
Okay, who else we got going on here? All right, things are slowly kind of coming together here. That's the thing, is when you're center controller, it's easier for people to sneak out of airports without talking to you, because you're kind of focused on the overall radar picture. It's so easy for people to slip past you on the on the ground without you noticing. Last call for Toronto Center was carrier only. Try again. And last call, still getting just carrier only. Just check the mic settings, please. Yeah, if I was trying to work Toronto...
Yes, hello, good evening, Jazz 004 in Ottawa for Montreal.
Jazz 004, Toronto, good evening. You're cleared to the Montreal Trudeau Airport via the
Canada 615,
Ottawa 4 departure vectors Avon flight plan route. Departure runways 25 and your squawk is 0557.
Charlie, left Alpha, and Alpha Lima to the apron.
Charlie, Alpha Lima to the apron, Canada 615.
Toronto approach, Bonanza 2577 Echo with India. Roger, GA ramp, IFR to Buffalo. This is the forest here to Montreal. Video Fox 4 departure.
2577 Echo on arrival. Hello.
Victors for Avon, then 5 time route. Departing 25 and we'll squawk.
Depart 23, squawk
2207. 57.
Jazz 004, that readback is all correct. Information, Charlie is current in Ottawa. Continue taxi Bravo, hold short 25 and advise ready.
Roger, we check, we have Charlie and we'll be taxiing Bravo and call you back short of 25 for the Jazz 004.
All right, we're about to get one handoff here. WestJet 1152 again. All right, so we got that. I still have not put up more ATCs. I said I was going to do it, and I just keep on having things to do here. All right, so who can we set up? Where can we set up an ATIS that would be useful? Sault Ste. Marie, because we don't get enough traffic up there. We should. So I'll set up Sault Ste. Marie for now in hopes of luring in some traffic. And London, I think, is the other good one here. So we'll throw London up there again. 27 and London. So I got
Toronto Center, good afternoon again. WestJet 1152 with you climbing 13,000 for 15.
WestJet 1152, Toronto, hello again. Continue climb, flight level 230.
230, WestJet 1152.
All right, and get this guy over to arrival. Jazz 742, contact Toronto arrival now, 132.8. Good night.
Order arrival on 132.8. Have a great night, Jazz 742.
NV silence. I'm late, but I'm here. All right, I love it. Wherever you are, I love it. Hopefully, we'll get you some good service here soon, because it's definitely building now. It takes a little while, and I probably logged on a little bit too early to really get a whole bunch of traffic.
And Toronto Center, Jazz 004 with a question.
Jazz 004, Toronto, go ahead.
Yes, we're just wondering, would you be the NABS captain by any chance on YouTube?
Yes.
Good. I was just wondering one thing you could probably write me on private messenger if you don't want to answer on that frequency, but I'm currently going to Jazz on the ground floor in February, and I was watching a video. It seems like you know a lot about those operations, and I was just wondering if you're working there now.
All right. I will text him because we don't want to have this conversation on stream. Mercy, but yes. I don't work at Jazz, but I can definitely provide some insights anyways. At Jazz 004, you can check the private messages there. We can chat there. You can contact me once you're airborne. Ottawa winds are showing 230 at 7. You're clear for takeoff, runway 25.
Clear for takeoff 25, we'll call you on board in Jazz 004.
Yeah, don't want to have this whole chat in front of the world, but yeah. So NV Silence, let me know where you are. I'm looking forward to seeing you get up there in the skies and get some service, because it's nice. It's also, I do love being able to provide some good service to my subscribers. I feel like this light has gotten brighter and brighter. I think it's getting slowly dimmer in this room, so I'm going to just turn this away a little bit because I feel like it's gotten way too bright. That's still a reasonable brightness level there, I think. It was just like shining in my eyes and yeah, washing me out completely by the looks of it. So, yeah, I love when I can provide like some. Yeah, I love when I can provide you with some service, ATC service, because you know I'm so happy to have so many of you guys as subscribers and as watchers of the channels, and I'd love to be able to share the information that I have, the passion that I have for this business, for this hobby as well. WestJet 1152, contact Cleveland Center now, 11987, 11987. Have yourself a great rest of your flight.
11987, thanks so much for the ATC 1152.
Yeah, and I just love being able to share so much of this hobby with people. So it's great when I can provide some service and we can have some fun, and hopefully maybe one day we'll get to fly together as well too. I actually haven't even looked at my schedule, but I think this Sunday I could do another stream again. I haven't done a live stream. I did a live stream last weekend. I was actually just going to publish it probably tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to try and get caught up on live streaming. So I think just trying to remember my schedule here. So I'm just glancing at my phone here to try and figure out my schedule because I live through my phone. Yeah, no, I'm off on Sunday. So I think actually this Sunday we're going to do another pilot stream live stream, and we actually got a pretty good long flight ahead of us. We've got Burbank back to Seattle. Actually, no, that's not the long one. The ones after that's going to get a little longer. So, but we got Burbank back to Seattle. So. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting that one in there.
And Center Jazz 004, passing 1.5, climbing 3000.
Jazz 004, thank you. Identified, continue climb 13,000.
13,000, Jazz 004.
What was I saying? Yeah, so this Sunday, if you guys are available, this Sunday morning, we're probably going to do another Pilot's Life live stream. We're going to be flying from Burbank up to, and I believe it's Seattle, up to SeaTac. So it's about a two and a half hour flight, probably a 3.5 hour stream in total. In the 737, I hope a whole bunch of you can join me because it's always fun when I can get a bunch of you guys up there. And now all my ATISs are updating here, so they're all chiming and binging at me here. Let's just check the weather here at each one to make sure that it hasn't shifted so much that I need to change the runway configuration, but no, 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 and no. Jazz says 004, turn left, direct Avon on course.
Left direct Avon on course 004.
All right. So he's direct to Avon. Yeah. That WestJet got 7,000 feet way too early. Pretty sure I said at discretion. I'm pretty sure I said at discretion. Yeah, so if you guys are around Sunday morning, this Sunday morning, it's, I don't even know what day it is. It's like February 5th. We're going to do a live stream. It'll probably start, hey, we'll probably start reasonably early, so we'll probably have to start at either 9 or 9:30. I'll have to figure out the exact time, but 9 or 9:30 Eastern time, we'll start that up. And as I said, it's Burbank, KBUR up to Seattle, SeaTac, KSEA, the 737, right here live on this channel, twitch.tv/CaptainNabs, or just join me on the VATSIM network. I haven't had too many people fly with me lately, and I always enjoy having company when I'm flying, so please do join me if you have the chance. I think I'm going to throw this other frequency back up there because it's kind of gotten a little bit quiet again, and he's working, so let's just listen to what he's doing. Because he's got a bunch of airplanes here that are kind of doing different things. A bunch of airplanes getting vectored on the arrivals. Those got 2 departures out there too. Definitely got busy in the Toronto terminal there. And it looks like Air Wisconsin started going here, so call me as well, please, before you get to the runway, because I need to give you clearance.
Toronto Tower, Air Canada 155, Information India, Gate 136, identifier 55 Alpha.
155 verified, identifier should be 3 number and the letter.
555 Alpha.
Toronto Center, Air Wisconsin with you. I guess we're
155, is that correct? Please back on discussion, call for taxi.
Dulles.
We'll call for taxi, Air Canada
Wisconsin 3747, Toronto, good evening. You're cleared to the Washington Dulles Airport via the Ottawa 4 departure.
Heading
Vectors
270 for higher
Econox
left,
flight plan route, departure runway 25,
24
squawk
left.
code 0564.
742,
Ottawa 4
4,000.
departure, and then vectors
4,000
clock, 6524 transponder. Runway 25 is that we take off for Air Wisconsin 3747.
And Air Wisconsin's 3747 is squawk 0564.
Now 1244, taxi instruction with hotel, not Quebec, listen to you on Quebec, well, Windows 220 a day from Quebec, clear for takeoff.
No problem, happens to the best of us. Air Wisconsin 3747, your readback is all correct. It's Information Delta now in Ottawa. Push, you're already ready to taxi, so for runway 25, taxi, apron your discretion, and Bravo. The altimeter is 3021.
Apron to Bravo, and that's to 3021 on the barometer. Thank you very much, Air Wisconsin 3747.
Gotcha. And what was Jazz filed at? The trip over to 17,000, yeah. And Jazz 004, Montreal Centre is not online, so for hire you can switch to the en route frequency. Your surveillance service terminates, and we'll catch you next time.
Switching to 228, and I'll text you soon, Jazz 004.
All right, sending him a couple of messages. Now there's really nobody to talk to here. The Air Wisconsin's taxiing out. We had a couple departures going on, so it's going to kind of get hectic again. But the funny thing about Toronto, too, is that because it's Toronto Pearson is so close to our southern border, that so much of that traffic goes up and down that southern border. Oftentimes, you get very little time to actually talk to these people. So all these arrivals from the south and departures to the south, you're talking 25, 30 miles through the airspace here, through Center's airspace. So especially if the terminal controller's online, you get 3 to 4 minutes with these guys, and then it's off to the next frequency. It's not very long. Now, the east-west, and especially off to the northwest, you get a lot more. But for these guys in particular, it's a very short period of time I'm actually getting to talk to them here. So I'm having mixed emotions about having an arrival controller. It's really been kind of good because he's taken some of the load off at like a key moment here, which has been good for me, but at the same time, disappointed that I'm not doing it. You know, I like to control. I like to control as many airplanes as I can get my hands on. But what are you going to do? I mean, I'm not going to say no, you can't control because I'm having too much fun. We're all going to have fun together here. All right, that's probably close enough. We can send this over to arrival here. Oops, not that one. There we go. What else we got here? WestJet 225, contact Toronto arrival now, 132.8. G'day.
132.8. WestJet 225. Have a good rest of the night.
G'day. All right, did I put that other frequency back on? I said I was going to. And then I got distracted. The jazz pilot is texting me here, so we're gonna have some chats later. All right, we got the arrival.
742, left heading 330.
Left 330, Jazz 742.
Aircraft 1244,
So now I don't have too much going on, but we do have a few things in a few minutes. We got Ottawa here. We got one departure out of Ottawa. We got a couple departures coming out of Toronto here, so we're gonna have some stuff transitioning here. We got a couple of en route aircraft here.
Transfer level 230.
Right from course and flight level 310, 244.
1244, flight level 230.
230, 244.
American 4510, taxi Delta 4, right on Charlie, cross 24 right, let me know your parking.
Delta 4 Charlie, cross 24 right, and we're going to Bravo 13 for American 4510 Heavy.
Alright.
It's sometimes fun to sit and watch other people control. I guess you guys know that from watching this. But it is kind of interesting to watch other people handle it. And different people, you know, as much as like there's a lot of rules and there's a lot of strict procedures, as it were, there's also a lot of leeway. Controllers get a lot of leeway to kind of do things as they see fit and handle the situations as they see fit. So it's interesting to sort of watch other people control sometimes. You see different things you might not otherwise see. I'm just looking at this. I don't like these settings here. I'm going to change this up here.
So say passing altitude.
Passing through 2,400, 2,500, 77 Echo.
77 Echo, proceed direct right and then climb 1000.
Okay, cleared direct to Rickham and 1000 for 77 Echo.
Watch at 66, wind 22088, clear to land 24 left.
Clear to land 24, that's WestJet.
Here, Wisconsin. Air Wisconsin 3747 Toronto. Contact me once you're airborne. Ottawa winds 220 at 6. Clear for takeoff. Runway 25.
Clear for takeoff, and you'll hear from me when I'm airborne. 3747.
I will hear from you when you're airborne. Or hopefully, unless you have a radio failure, I guess I might not hear from you if you have that. Oh, mercy. All right, let's see what we got going on here. We got a few inbounds here. Definitely picked up the number of inbounds here too. Now there's a good. So in the next hour, we got another. In the next hour, we got another. At least 6 or 7 arrivals, half of which are almost already in the terminal airspace. So that's unfortunate because it's kind of. I won't say boring, but it's not my airspace anymore. But I do like this too. Like there's this beach bonanza here that's heading down to Buffalo. I love it. And he is IFR, but up to looks like 11,000 there IFR. But yeah, it's nice to see some people doing something different. Yes, he's coming out of Pearson, but we almost never see traffic go from Pearson to Buffalo. It's such a relatively short trip. There's no airline service really across the border directly there, so it's such a short little trip. But in a bonanza, it's a nice little trip. It's probably about a half an hour, 40-minute trip for him. So it's good little kind of use of his time. who knows,
Was
maybe
it 225, you're
maybe
cleared,
he's
out
making
on
some
24
FS
left,
economy
road
dollars along the way.
24,000
I
right
always like
flight.
to try and do FS economy flights live on VATSIM because, again,
cleared for the
FS
island
economy,
runway
you end up with
24
such
left.
random kind of collections of airports, random connections between different airports. Should check on my FS economy account here because I guess yesterday was
Air
the 30th.
Canada 155 ready to taxi information India.
Air 155,
All my
hold short
monthly
Alpha Lima.
aircraft
Hold
expenses
Alpha
were
Lima, Air
deducted
Canada
yesterday, so.
155.
And what is my username and password for this stupid system again? I'm always changing it, and I can never remember what it is.
Toronto approach, that was 170 to Kieran,
I don't know what it is.
742, correct?
Yeah, 742 to 8 from 170 knots onto Kirax.
Wilco, 742.
Interesting. Moving up from Pascan, flying a Jetstream to working
Toronto
for Jazz.
Center, Air Wisconsin 3747 with you, climbing through 1,000 feet.
Air Wisconsin 3747, Toronto Center. Thank you. You're identified. Climb 13, 13,000.
13,000,
Yeah,
3747.
direct to right command, 444. Air 1244 doesn't look like to me on the radar. I reckon it should be on a heading over 110. Roger that, for 444.
Interesting stuff happening there in the terminal unit. Oh, this guy, I need to hand him off to Cleveland here. Might as well just do it now.
Seven Echo, maintain 7,000.
7,000, 77 Echo.
Making out 155, runway 23, altimeter 3021, taxi Alpha Hotel.
.24 left vacated on Delta 2.
This guy hit 3,000, so I can turn him
West
on course.
Jet 66.
Air Wisconsin 3747, turn left
Was
direct
it,
Rito
66,
on course.
taxi Delta 2 Echo, right on Charlie, cross 24 right and stay parking.
Okay, 3747.
Okay. Okay, sure. Whatever. Works for me. Sometimes I love the reactions. Sure. Okay,
Air
why not?
Canada
We could do that.
155 holding short Alpha Lima.
Okay, 155, runway 23, altimeter 3021, taxi Alpha N Hotel.
What you doing there, Cleveland? Got a handoff for you. How busy is Cleveland right now? Oh, he's definitely gotten busier now. He's definitely got a lot of airplanes coming.
742, wind 220 at 8, clear to land 24 left.
Clear to land 24 left, 742.
Laos Cargo 003 Heavy. Contact Cleveland Center now, 119.87. Have a good night.
Cleveland 11987.
On Echo, West Jet 66.
West Jet 66, do you have gate?
Would like to go to Charlie 28.
Okay, West Jet 66, taxi Charlie Alpha and Alpha Juliet to the apron.
Charlie Alpha Alpha Juliet to the gate.
Air Wisconsin 3747, climb flight level 280.
77 Echo, climb 1000.
11,000, 77 Echo.
All right, I got somebody's trying to be handed off to me here. Let's see if I can find out who it. Oh, it's Air. Okay, it's Air Canada 1244 squawk.
Okay, 155, you gonna move?
Oh, this guy. I thought it was Cleveland handing me stuff, but it was Arrival actually.
Okay, that's 1244 center 12577.
So we'll keep the Air Wisconsin 3747 for
Disconnect for 1244, thank you.
about another 10 miles or so here. I heard 1244, so he's going to maybe 20 miles. Basically, when he reaches kind of this boundary here, we'll send him directly over to Boston because he's just going to transition through this tiny bit of
Air
Montreal
Canada
airspace that's not online.
holding
And
short
off to Boston.
Alpha Lima.
Okay, 155 arrival, how do you read me?
And it looks like
Loud and clear.
I got two arrivals
American
inbound here
165,
that
give
are
you
kind
taxi
of
instruction
conflicting with
twice.
each
So
other.
runway 23, altimeter 3021, taxi Alpha and the hotel.
Alpha and Hotel, Air Canada 155.
All right, so here's 6777, so it's got to be this guy here, the DHL 357. That's got to be him. Okay.
And what's at 66, give way to the Air Canada A320 coming out of Alpha Kilo. Correction, and coming out of Alpha Lima and follow him.
We'll give way to Air Canada.
All right. Let's see here. Okay, now getting some handoffs here. So November, yep, this guy here.
77 Echo, contact center 12577.
12577, have a good one, 77 Echo.
See you.
It's funny.
West 225,
People say that
5 miles off the runway.
I'm just reading some of the
What's it,
comments here.
225, wind
People like,
220 at
your
8,
videos are much, your training videos in the dash are much better than the ones we actually get from the airline.
Toronto Center, Bonanza 2577 Echo, climbing 8,500 for 11,000.
Delta 4 on to Charlie, crossing 24 right, and we're going to...
We're on 2577 Echo, Toronto, climbing a 11,000. Good evening, and sorry, were you looking for any higher today?
11,000 works for me, 77 Echo.
77 Echo, roger. All right, that's probably close enough here. Let's get this guy. Where's he going? He's going, Wisconsin 3747. Are you just going over ICLAX there?
I believe I am. I think that's what I have on my plan.
All right, that'll work.
Toronto, good afternoon. Rouge 1510's with you. 21,000 feet for 16,000 and crossing MyPole.
Rouge 1510 Toronto, good evening. Information Toronto is Juliet, runway 24 left for arrival.
Roger, Juliet and 24 left for arrival. Rouge 1510.
Rouge 1510, what's your indicated speed right now?
Got about 300 right now.
All right, Rouge 1510, 300 or faster for now, and I'll tell you when to slow for the star.
Roger, faster, Rouge 1510.
Toronto Center, DHL 357 Heavy with you at 1804170. Or 1804170.
DHL 357 Heavy Toronto, good evening. Runway 24 left in Toronto, information Juliet. I'll have lower for you in about 5 miles.
Sorry, say again, DHL 357.
DHL 357 Heavy Toronto, information Juliet. Runway 24 left for arrivals, and I will have lower for you in 5 miles.
Information Juliet, 24 left, and got that, DHL 57.
And Air Wisconsin 3747, you actually passed ICLAX a little while ago there. You should be in the turn, at least towards Redo by now. Are you able to proceed direct to Vibru?
Stand by one, I'll check.
Rouge 1510 Heavy, descend 1000. Toronto altimeter 3021. Rouge 1510 Toronto, descend 1000, altimeter 3021.
Center, Wisconsin 3747.
Wisconsin 3747, go ahead.
Am I way off, according with my filed flight plan?
Yeah, Air Wisconsin 3747, you're almost 9 degrees off from your flight plan now. You should be taken up like at 220, heading to get to Vibru would be next.
Copy that. Okay, I'm going to disconnect and then redo it, okay?
Okay, fair enough.
Thanks, man.
DHL 357 Heavy, Toronto, descend 2000. Toronto altimeter is 3021. And what's your indicated speed right now?
DHL 357 descend 2000. Indicated is 290 knots.
DHL 357 Heavy, slow to 270 knots or less for the sequence to Toronto.
270 knots, DHL 357.
Just got to get 10 miles of spacing in here, and it's going to work, I think, anyways. And Rouge 1510 Toronto, spacing's looking pretty good. You can cancel the speed restriction and just comply with the star restrictions. And Rouge 1510 Toronto, did you copy? You can cancel the 300 knots, just comply with the star restrictions, please.
Whoops, sorry, gotcha. We'll, okay, we'll follow the star speed for Rouge 1510.
Thank you. All right.
Osprey 4444 Toronto Center. Want me to go over to Unicom?
And Osprey 4444, yeah, you're a couple minutes, you're about another minute or so from the boundary, but you can head over there now. Unicom, Winnipeg's not open, so Unicom on 22.8, surveillance service terminates. Good night.
Have a good night. Thank you.
And November 2577 Echo, just looking at where you are here, I'm actually got to start you down for Buffalo already here, so descend and maintain 6,000.
Down to 6,000, 77 Echo.
And Buffalo altimeter for you is 3023.
3023, 77 Echo.
Rouge 1510, contact Toronto arrival now, 132.8, good night.
Toronto arrival 132.8, thanks everyone.
Good night. And DHL 357 Heavy, the spacing's looking good now, so descend 1000. Your speed restriction is canceled, just comply with the star speeds.
Descend 1000 and speed restriction lifted, DHL 357.
Toronto Center, 2577 Echo. I'm going to have to log off here, but thanks for the service and have a good night.
2577 Echo, okay, no problem. Have a good night. We'll see you next time. All right, starting to lose airplanes here. We lost the Air Wisconsin. We lost the lost the American Bonanza. We're handing these guys all off here. It looks like we got another guy who's making a beeline for Wazzy. Anyone who makes a beeline for Wazzy is probably coming into Toronto. That's about 90% of the time. That's the case here. So let's see who's squawking 1761. Let's see if I can find them in my list here. Yeah, United 205 inbound to Toronto. We definitely got the traffic for Toronto after sitting here for a couple hours. DHL 357 Heavy, contact Toronto arrival now, 132.8. G'day.
132.8, see DHL 57.
All right. Let's see here. Let's get arrival back on there now because it's getting kind of quiet for us here. We got one more inbound, but it's really kind of quiet for us now. Do I have any airplanes left?
27 left via Juliet, altimeter 3021. DHL.
I don't have any airplanes left, do I?
Correction, DHL 357, just
No.
verify your altimeter setting is
I don't have any right
3021,
now.
setting
I got
at
2 inbounds.
10,700.
I got 1 inbound at least. I got this guy here. So
Affirm, we have 3021 in our altimeter.
I got no airplanes. How boring. Let's spy on arrival and see what he's doing. Oh, mercy. Because I got nothing. I got nothing to do right now. I'm just sitting here staring at an empty screen, waiting for a couple more people to show up here. And there's the handoff of United 205. Good stuff, good stuff. And it's funny because like when you do work center and it's such a short little spurt of time. You talk to all these airplanes, you talk to them for like 4 minutes, you get them from 17 down to 11,000 off to arrival. The departures, you get them, you just continue them on at 23 and hand them back off to Cleveland. Like it's such a small little interval you have, and maybe not 50%, but probably in the real world, at least 30% of the traffic out of Pearson is going south. If maybe even closer to 50. I can't say for certainty, but so much of the traffic goes into America, and a lot of it goes south, like goes to the Northeast U.S., goes to Florida, goes to Caribbean. Like there's so much of this traffic. This is all the U.S. Northeast, Caribbean, anything in the U.S. East, Caribbean, and
Rouge 1510, descend 4,000.
Good evening, United
4,000, Rouge 1510.
Descending
DHL
to
357, descend 8,000.
Descend 8,000, Delta.
United 205 Toronto, good
right.
evening. Information in Toronto's Juliet, runway 24 left for arrival, and I will have lower for you in about 2 minutes.
United 205, roger.
There we go, 24 left. Yeah, so much of this traffic, and for Toronto Centre, it's such a small little chunk of airspace they pass through for us.
205, you said 24 left, correct?
United 205, that is correct. With the Montreal traffic, you definitely get a lot more. You get about 25 to 30 minutes almost here eastbound. Chicago and the kind of the westbound LA, San Francisco traffic, yeah, you get about 15 minutes on this side. And then, of course, the Western Canada traffic, you get a good like hour and sometimes more than an hour. But it's such a, and here comes, speaking of Western Canada, here comes one of them now. But yeah, again, this is probably, sometimes this is close to half the traffic we get, especially on VATSIM, because people aim for the shorter flights, Toronto to the U.S. Northeast and back, that's the way they go. That's the way a lot of people go.
Off to center 125.77, Air Canada 155, and have a good night. Toronto Centre, Air Canada 155, passing 17,000 for 230.
Air Canada 155 Toronto, good evening again. Climb flight level 300.
300, Air Canada 155.
United 205, descend 11, 1000, the Toronto altimeter 3021.
Descending to 11,000, United 205.
Toronto Centre, good evening. Air Canada 7271 Heavy is with you, about 20 miles east of Ottawa, flight level 380, inbound with ATC Juliet.
Air Canada 7271 Toronto, a very good evening. It is Information Juliet, squawk code 0506.
0506, coming up.
Boeing 767. Not all that many 767s flying under the Air Canada colors anymore, that's for sure. Except in the cargo format. Air Canada 7271 Heavy, you're identified at flight level 380. Welcome aboard. All right, and we're almost reaching the end of what I'm going to be doing today because I've got to get ready to pull the plug in the next 15 to 20 minutes here. We got a bunch of inbounds here. Because I'm not controlling all the way to the ground, the other nice thing is I can hop off and I know that people still have control, which also makes me feel better. I hate logging off and leaving people in the lurch. Like, and that's the personal battle I have when I kind of reach the end of my time online. It's like,
Route
well,
1510, left heading 330,
I
descend
just
3000.
want to finish just one more arrival. I want to get this guy on the ground. He's been flying for 3 hours. You know, I don't want to log off just as he's just about to touch down. But it's always just one more, and then one more, and then one more, and then one more, and then before you know it, you've done another 10 or 15 airplanes, and you've been on for an extra 2 hours, and you're like, boy, why am I so tired? Oh, because it's 3 a.m. It's time for me to go to bed. So the VATSIM has that way of sucking you in sometimes, and just one more guy, one more guy. So, but I don't mind so much stepping back and leaving now because I know that Arrival's here, and also that the guy who's running Arrival right now, he is a center controller, so I can also offer him the ability to take over center completely, and that might it just transition perfectly into just no loss of service to anybody in the Toronto sector here, which would be also be really nice. So we'll see here. Give it a couple more minutes and I'll ask him what he wants to do. But yeah, I'm going to have to head out soon because I am going to have to head to work tonight, actually. So I definitely need a little bit of a break from the screen for a few minutes before I get ready for work. So, but it's good to kind of get. It's good to get some time online and get some live streaming done. I'm happy. I hope you guys are enjoying this.
4000.
Some 4,000 VHL.
Because it's been a while since I've gotten a chance to really live stream a whole lot, especially like I used to be doing like 2 streams a week. I used to do a flight stream a week and I do an ATC stream a week almost without fail, relentlessly. And I just have not been able to do that. Here comes the Air Wisconsin again. Yeah, that's CRJ. Yeah, I like that Aerosoft CRJ, but sometimes it gets stuck in its own little weird ruts. It seems to fly very well with closed SIDs. When there's a closed SID that has a direct transition onto the routes, it's fine. But when you have an open SID that has a vector leg, it really does not like vector legs. You can never seem to quite wipe the vector leg out. Oh no, he's flying the FSX Steam Edition. Good luck then. I'm not being mean. I've been there.
Approach Rouge 1510, we are capturing the localizer.
I've been there. Bad airplanes that just don't work very well, especially default airplanes often do not work properly. United 205, contact Toronto arrival now, 132.8. Good night.
132.8, United 205.
Route 1510 to certify, coming back to the 24 left, the localizer.
Yep, we're lined up on the localizer 24 left for Rouge 1510.
Roger.
Yeah, trying to make default airplanes work, especially because it blows my mind that any of these developers really try to create airliners as default aircraft.
Toronto approach, good evening, United 205 with you.
Because it's just, these aircraft are so complicated, so complex.
205 on arrival, hello, runway 24 left, information Juliet, altimeter 3021.
3021, United 205.
Just the computers alone, the FMCs and the guidance panels in these airplanes are so complex. It's very hard to write a simulation that doesn't start to get incredibly complicated.
DHL 357, left 330, descend 3000.
So I understand the attraction of trying to put airliners into X-Plane and Flight Simulator as default aircraft, but the amount of time and effort you need to invest and the amount of processor CPU resources you're going to invest in trying to get these airplanes into a simulator in a reasonable form, it's almost impossible to do. I mean, you can dumb down the FMS to the point where it was really non-functional and have a pretty airplane to look at and fly the 747 around the sim, but it's just never going to quite. You're never going to. I don't say never, but for the amount of effort that a developer, a sim developer is going to invest in an aircraft, you're probably not going to get really a
Sir,
study
Air
level
Wisconsin
aircraft.
3747, take 2, ready to copy IFR to Dulles.
Air Wisconsin 3747, no problem. Your old flight plan is still here. You're cleared to Washington Dulles, the Ottawa 4 departure. Vectors redo flight plan route. Depart runway 25 and squawk 0564.
Okay. Refiled, redo instead of ICLAX and 0564, runway 25.
DHL 337, nothing 27,
Air Wisconsin 3747, your read back is correct. Information Delta is current in Ottawa.
Nothing
And push to discretion. Call me when you're ready for taxi.
24 left first.
Roger, will Hotel 3747.
DHL 357, it's 270 to intercept.
270, DHL 357.
United 205, can we descend to 8,000?
205, proceed direct Mayrod, descend 6,000, expect base turn there.
United 205,
Center
direct
Canada
Mayrod, and what was the rest?
on company frequency.
205, direct Mayrod, descend
Air
down
Canada
to
7271,
6,000,
sure, just let me know when you're back.
expect base turn there.
Alright, we'll accept the base turn and we're going to descend to 6,000, United 205.
I don't know if I'm going to stay long enough for this Air Wisconsin to get going here. Let's see here. What do we got? How many more airplanes we got inbound here? Because we got a bunch still here that are forecast to land in the next little while.
Trying to approach Route 1510.
None of my periphery airports besides Ottawa really got too much traffic.
Left on Delta 4.
Route 1510, taxi Delta 4, right on Charlie, cross 24 right, and say parking.
Okay, Delta 4, cross 24 right at Charlie, and if we can just hold short here for 1 second, we'll get you the gate number.
Okay, Route 1510, yeah, so I can hold your position or you can cross anyway.
Okay, right, that will cross and we'll hold short on Charlie for Route 1510.
Right.
Sounds like there's a dog in that airplane too. Too many airplanes with too many dogs.
United
Air Canada
205, what are the
7271's back
runway
up.
conditions for 24 left?
Air Canada 7271, thank you. I think I gave you information, Juliet, but it'll be runway 24 left for arrivals, and when ready, descend flight level 240.
Okay, we've got Juliet. We'll expect 24 left, and pilot discretion to flight level 240. Air Canada 7271 Heavy.
Rich. And it's funny now just to look at the fall off in controllers online here. There was over 100 controllers online like 2 hours ago. Now it's as the Europeans are passing midnight now. It's fallen to 50 controllers online. The number of pilots is 1,200. It's down to 600. The North Americans just do not push VATSIM the way the Europeans do. The Europeans are just insane with how much VATSIMing they do. All right, so we got him descending. He's climbed out. No other immediate inbounds. The Air Wisconsin's just sort of organizing himself. We got some inbounds from the northwest. We're going to have some inbounds from the south here as well. I think this guy's inbound Toronto, and I think there's one more down here that's inbound
Toronto Center, Air Wisconsin 3747 at Ottawa, ready to taxi.
Air Wisconsin 3747, runway 25. Information is Delta. The altimeter is 3013. Taxi the apron at your discretion, and bravo.
My discretion, apron, and bravo to 25. Wisconsin 3747.
Be a little bit undisciplined with the departure list here because I'm the only one kind of operating this stuff right now, so I know what he's doing. But that's still no excuse. Should be remaining disciplined the whole time. Yeah, I'm just looking up the stats in here, and it's amazing how much the numbers have fallen off in the last hour. 2 hours, from over 1,000 pilots online to about 500. So almost a 50% chop in the number of people online. And Europe has basically gone dark. When I started this stream this afternoon, Europe was lit up like a Christmas tree.
Center, Air Canada 155, level 300.
Air Canada 155, thank you. Da, 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 da. Just a little pro tip for him there. All right. So, this guy's asking me, do you have a Discord? Here, there it is, right there. All right, because I do. You know what I haven't looked at in a long time is the actual description of my Twitch channel. I just sort of start streaming and I never really even look at the channel too much. I still have P3D listed as a flight simulator. I do not have MSFS scenery. Wow, this really needs to be updated. Because I used to publish a pretty extensive list of all the stuff I've got, all the different add-ons that I end up streaming with, and this list is so sparse right now. I don't have the Phoenix. I don't have the PMDG 37s on here. I stopped at the Aerosoft CRJ. I don't even have close to all the airports that I have here now. Wow. It's a very sparse list of airports, which is no longer accurate at all. I've spent way too much money on airports in the bloody sim, but what can I say? It's entertaining. It's good stuff. Times it now, yeah. Yeah, it's getting time towards packing it up soon. I'm going to have to start thinking about handing off some of this control, I think, to other people. There's not much going on anyway, so it's kind of a good opportunity to do it now rather than wait till it's busy. But yeah, it's crazy to like when Europe goes dark, the network goes to half what it was. Like just and the North Americans are really like they're just starting to kind of get home from work. Like it's wow, it's I guess 7 o'clock now. Like it really is time for people to. It really is time for people to, if they're going to get online for the evening, they should be online. And there's definitely quite a bit of stuff going on. There's quite a lot of ATC actually as I look around here. Quite a bit of stuff happening down in Florida. There's tons and tons of stuff in Florida. There's 15 departures out of Fort Lauderdale. I think maybe they're having an event tonight because you got Miami fully loaded. You got Fort Lauderdale almost fully loaded here. For some reason, it's missing an ATIS. Fort Myers, Tampa, Orlando, and Jacksonville, as well as the centers of Jacksonville and Miami. And then we got Indy, Cleveland, Boston, and also some Moncton Center online logging some hours. It's good to see. Unfortunately, it's very quiet kind of in Moncton Center right now. The guy just logged on, so maybe it'll get better once he's been around there for a little bit. There goes Air Canada 7271 heading down. Good stuff, good stuff. All right.
And Toronto Center, Air Canada 7271 is leaving flight level 380.
Air Canada 7271, roger. Unfortunately, with me not handling arrival, it did definitely get quiet again.
Kept at 3, input transition 2216, departure 23 Mirrors 1.
First runway back correct, push back on discussion, go for taxi.
We'll call for taxi, Mirrors 1.
Yeah, I'm just listening to Arrival again here, and even it sounds like it's got pretty quiet for him as well right now. It would be a good time to do a handoff just because it's quiet. Air Wisconsin 3747 Toronto, contact me once you're airborne. The Ottawa winds are showing 220 at 7, clear for takeoff, runway 25.
Clear for takeoff, runway 25, Air Wisconsin 3747.
DHL 357, taxi Delta 2 Echo, and where are we parking?
We'd like the west cargo ramp, DHL 67.
All right, so he's not going to take over, so when I do log off,
West
center's
part,
going to close.
okay,
So we'll definitely
I guess
stay.
you're meaning you're going to the cargo ramp?
Affirm.
Okay, DHL 357, taxi Delta 2 Echo, then
Yeah, it's
Echo
called
Bravo
Cargo
to
West.
the cargo apron, cross 24 right.
Delta 2 Echo Bravo to the cargo apron, cross 24 right.
West Cargo West. Like, are you really going to split hairs on that phraseology?
205, wind 220 at 8, clear to land 24 left.
All right, so usually,
Nope. Usually, oops. Sounds like that was not the way it was supposed to work out.
United 205, did you clear us to land?
Yeah, 205 FM, wind 220 at 8, clear to land 24 left.
You can hear the engine spooling down.
Clear to land 24 left, United 205.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll get a Canada 7271 to the handoff here for about 15 minutes here.
DHL 357 Navy requesting to
We'll get him the handoff to Arrival. I think at that point we'll pull the plug. So, as much as it's been fun and as much as I've enjoyed doing this, like I said, I have to go to work later tonight, so I've got to make sure that I am ready to go. But definitely it's been fun. It's been almost 4 hours. It's been 3:48 now is what the stream's at right now. So it's been a good long length of streaming for this afternoon, and I hope to start kind of doing it again more often. It just again, it comes back down to my basic rules, which is like for me personally, if I can't be online for at least 2 hours,
Toronto
I
Center,
probably
good
won't
evening, Air
control.
Wisconsin Whiskey flying through 1000.
Air Wisconsin 3747, thank you. Identified, continue climb 13,000 at 3,000 direct Rito on course.
205
13,000 direct Rito on course.
Air Wisconsin 3747, almost just wait till 3,000 before you go to Rito.
Gotcha. Air Wisconsin.
United 205, say again.
Just got to do noise abatement, no turns below 3,000 out of Ottawa.
Blocked, so plan to vacate Delta 4 or later.
Delta 4 or later, United 205, affirm.
500. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. Ka-thump. It's funny, like that sound of that voice, that GPWS voice is a trigger for me now. It really is. I assume I'm at work at that point if I hear that voice. 20. 10. What was I gonna say? Yeah, my personal rule is like I won't even bother really log on to VATSIM if I'm not going to be around for at least 2 hours. If I can't give 2 hours for whatever reason, whether I have some other obligation or something, I have other tasks I know I need to get done. I won't usually log on to VATSIM for less than 2 hours because I know like that's how long it takes to build the traffic. Usually for streaming, I'll even push that a little further. I will say like 2.5 to 3 hours is kind of my minimum to stream VATSIM, mostly because again, like you really need to build the traffic first. You need to get logged on and you need to spend some time building the traffic. So chances are, if you do a 2-hour stream on VATSIM, unless you hop in on where it's already busy, you're not going to see much. Like when I got on here today, we only had a handful of airplanes. It's definitely picked up, and being here has definitely picked it up.
DHL 357.
And also, just the time of day has picked it up.
DHL 357, taxi Delta 2
So we've now got a listed 7 departures for Toronto, 713 arrivals. So
Echo.
You know, when I logged on, I think there was like
cross 24 right,
2 departures and 3 arrivals or something like that. So if you're not going to be here for long enough, I just don't bother with it, which is one of the reasons why like I've had a hard time finding those blocks of time, those chunks of time that I feel are long enough to make it worth doing a stream. So I'm hoping.
205, clear of runway. Can we exit here?
Yeah, 205, just all the way down to Delta 2.
The time of day for sure, but I mean it's getting to that point where it should probably be busier than this.
Unit 205, unable.
205, you're on Delta 2. What do you mean unable?
Stand by unit 205.
Okay, that's just getting embarrassing, so I'm just going to stop listening to that now. I don't want to. I don't want to just watch other people fail here. It's not going well for that guy. So, yeah, I'm surprised it didn't get busier at this time of day for being on here. I didn't have any other controllers around, and I guess one other thing is there's a lot of diversion. There's a lot of other controllers online in the States to kind of take away the traffic and sort of distract people. So it's unfortunate that yeah, just the timing for me. Oh, and now Cleveland has logged off now, so all these inbounds into Toronto, and nobody's going to deal with them because Cleveland just dumped them all. So Cleveland just logged off. Ugh. Pity. Montreal arrivals online though. Yeah, cool. Too bad Toronto Center's got to get out. Pity. Oh well. Ooh, it's about to get spicy. Yeah, it's going to get spicy. Unfortunately, it's going to get spicy without me. I am not going to be able to. I can't stick with these guys here. I can maybe handle this first guy here, and then that'll be it. So I gotta watch it. I'm gonna fall down this VATSIM hole.
Canada 7271's 26 for 24. Any chance of lower?
Air Canada 7271. My apologies. Descend 8,000. The Toronto altimeter's 3021.
021 down to 8,000. No worries. Air Canada 7271.
I got one airplane to deal with, and I can't even deal with that. Air Wisconsin 3747. Continue climb. Flight level 280.
280, Air Wisconsin 3747.
It's a shame. I would like to stay on for another like 2-3 hours. I really would. I really would, but I just can't do it. Because I will fall down that VATSIM hole and I will be here for another 3 hours, and that's not what I need today. So I'm gonna have to I got to bail on it, unfortunately, but hopefully hopefully I can come back another day next week. I'm hoping that it's gonna become things are gonna become a little bit more easy, regular, predictable, and able to deal with some of the stuff because it's I enjoy doing this. I enjoy streaming, and it bugs me when I can't do it for long periods of time. It does. Because I know a lot of you guys out there enjoy watching it, listening, and seeing the other side of the scope and kind of getting a feel for how things happen and how things play out. So yeah, it disappoints when I can't do it for long periods of time. But at the end of the day, the real world comes first. You got family obligations, life obligations. You got all this stuff you got to worry about. So I'll get this one airplane to call me here. 7630. Who's squawking 7630? That's an American 697. Well, it seems like the Air Wisconsin's having a bit of a better time of it this time. He's definitely on course to Rito. There's no problem there.
Toronto Center, good evening. American 697.
American 697, Toronto Center, good evening. Squawk ident.
I'm sorry, could you repeat for American 697?
American 697, Toronto, squawk ident. American 697 Toronto, thank you very much. You're identified descending through flight level 320. Descend 17,000. Toronto altimeter's 3021.
American 697, descend to 17,000.
American 697, that's correct. Information Toronto Juliet, runway 24 left. Air Wisconsin 3747, contact Boston Center now on 134.7. Have a good night.
Over to Boston. You have a good night, Toronto Center, Air Wisconsin.
Just evolved into mumbling after a certain point. I love it. All right, here we go. It's just one of those things. I'm looking at it and I can see these guys coming, and it's gonna be more and more arrivals, and I'm gonna just sit here forever. I just gotta make a break for it. American 697, continue descent 11,000.
American 697, 11,000.
All right, I'll really quickly pick this guy up. I'll get him established towards direct towards Ling and hand him off to arrival. All right, just a quick note to my
Toronto Center, good night, Papa Romeo Charlie Uniform Bravo.
Wow, 3-year-olds on the network. Papa Romeo Charlie Uniform Bravo Toronto Center, good evening. Squawk ident. Papa Romeo Charlie Uniform Bravo Toronto, thank you. Identified descending through 310. Descend 17,000. Toronto altimeter 3021.
70,000, altimeter 30, confirm journey.
And Toronto altimeter 3021, 3021.
3021, Toronto altimeter 10 Bravo.
Papa Romeo Charlie Uniform Bravo, thank you. Proceed direct Ling.
Confirm.
Proceed direct Ling. Lima, India, November, November, Golf.
We'll proceed direct to Ling, Charlie Uniform Bravo.
American 697, contact Toronto arrival now, 132.8. Good night.
Right, American 697 will contact approach. Good night.
Good night. And all the ATIS's update again. All right, just a couple minutes. We'll get these guys just a teensy bit closer here. Papa Romeo Charlie Uniform Bravo, Toronto. Information is Juliet. Plan runway 24 left.
Could you repeat, please?
Papa Romeo Charlie Uniform Bravo, Toronto. Information is Juliet. Plan arrival runway 24 left.
Runway 24 left, information Juliet, Papa Romeo Charlie Uniform Bravo.
Sounds like they're all of 3. I'm sure they're older than 3, but it's just a lot of these codecs. When you have a high pitched voice, it makes it sound even higher than it actually is. They tend to emphasize a high pitched voice. There go all the ATIS is binging at me, updating. Sioux information is Charlie. Nobody used that. Hamilton information is Echo. Nobody used that. And London information is Charlie. Nobody used that. All of my ATISes are useless. Oh, mercy. Air Canada 7271 Heavy, over to arrival now, 132.8. Have yourself a very good night. We'll see you next time.
32.8, switching to arrival. Thanks, Rob. Talk to you next time.
See ya. Papa Romeo Charlie Uniform Bravo, descend 1000.
1000, Jefferson Bravo.
Toronto Center, Grizzly 6.
Grizzly 6, Toronto Center, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Just entering your zone from the south, inbound with, on the number 5 arrival.
And Grizzly 6, Toronto, we're actually going to be shutting down here in about the next 60 to 90 seconds. So you can stay on the Unicom for now. Contact arrival when you get, well, let's say about 35 to 40 miles out of Toronto.
Grizzly 6, copies.
Sorry about that. Have a good night.
Grizzly 6, roger. You too.
Papa Romeo Charlie Uniform Bravo, contact Toronto arrival now, 132.8. Good night.
132.8, thank you.
Air Canada 155 Toronto. Unfortunately, we're going to be closing now. And Winnipeg's not online. You can switch to the on-route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have a good night. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, for sure. You do a fantastic job. Thanks for the information, and off to Unicom. See you.
Have a good night. If anybody else is still on the Toronto Center frequency, Toronto Center is now closed. Switch to the Unicom 122.8. A very good night to all. We'll catch you all next time. And with that, I'm out. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you had fun. That was a little over 4 hours. That was it's about what I was hoping for. It's time for me to get ready for work. So yeah, stick with the channel. Subscribe to follow this channel. You'll hopefully get notified about when the streams start here. And also follow me in the Discord. I'll try to announce ahead of time when I know for sure I'm going to do it. Sometimes the ATC streams are surprises. The pilot's live streams are usually pretty well organized. So the flight streams, I usually know at least a couple days in advance. I know what's going on. Expect this Sunday morning. Expect one. The ATC streams, sometimes I just do them when I get the chance. But regardless, thank you guys so much for watching today. And I hope to see you all out there on the VATSIM skies. Fly safe, play nice, and we'll see you all real soon.